try to come out to talk about our issue, they will come out to try to, shift the narrative to make it as if we have committed something wrong, we have done something wrong. Meanwhile, we didn't do anything. We are just being suffering for something we didn't do. And when we come out to talk, people will be trying to change the narrative to make it appear we are rather the bad ones, which shouldn't be so. We are the younger ones coming up, and the future of the nation lies in our courts, in our hands, and we are being treated this way. How do they expect us to, have the future of the nation in focus to be able to come and take over when the people who are currently leading are no more? So it's not been easy on our side, and we are actually struggling. We are just pleading for those who are involved in this to just come out, step up on their toes, and then do things quickly so that we will be paid and things will be resolved.
Mr. Gamia, I know you are not the finance minister, but I know you are also involved in this whole negotiation. And you're somebody with, a lot of ideas and knowledge on such issues. How much do you think will cost the country to actually clear this debt that we owe to these unpaid nurses and teachers?
Obviously, from your chart, is a huge sums of money. It's not 10 people, it's not 50 people, it's not 100 people. We're talking about thousands of people. That said, it doesn't really matter too much at this point in time, particularly so because they have been recruited. And recruitment in the country has not ceased. And all those who are being recruited left, right, center will eventually be paid, whether into the army, whether it's in the police, whether into immigration, whichever way it is, people will be paid. These people will also be paid. My concern immediately is I really empathize with them. I'm concerned about it. I wish I have the money. I will pay them tomorrow morning. But that is not possible on my side. But I would like to suggest to them that when they were being paid, they deducted from their money dues already. They should still exercise patience and go back to NAT, go back to NAGRAT, go back to the nurses. They are not tired of them. It's just maybe circumstances. So they should go back.
But Mr. Gamin, how do they go back to an association that they are finding it difficult to even get feedback? Eventually, they will be members of either of them in one way or the other. Because in Ghana here, it's as if once you are employed, you have become a member of a certain union in certain circumstances. So I think they should not, let me use the word, cheat themselves. They should still go and let them speak for them. Otherwise, it will be unnecessarily delaying on the part of anybody. So I want to urge them, they should still go back. I would like to talk to some of my friends in NAT and NAGRAT, possibly tomorrow next, and urge them to support them. As for the Ministry of Health, I was present when these matters were discussed, and I do know that they are still pursuing it. Having spoken to the president of the nurses recently, it does appear they are still pursuing it. They are not relenting. I want to urge them all to go back to the basis and let them assist them in dealing with the matter, because it can be handled. The payment plan would be ideally the way forward. Could be that they can pay them either half and then half. That is the arrears, talking about the arrears. So they will not fall due to be paid, and they will not be paid at all. Let's say come January ending, when they are paying, they will be paid and carried along. Then the arrears is the one we are talking about, being paid through a payment plan arrangement. I think they should move to NAT and NAGRAT. I will be talking to some of them tomorrow via phone to enable them to take the matter seriously. And where possible, if I'm in Accra, I will like to talk to their respective ministers and see what they can do for them. a lot of patients will have to be exercised. If some of us are going to be talking for them, then they should exercise patients and let us follow it up for them.
Okay. Now, Hajime Mohammed, I know you have actually spoken about they being patient and the fact that you've already been able to get, cabinet approval to go through this process. But at the moment, the most important, assurance that maybe this group are calling for is, a payment plan. I want to ask the Ministry of Education, do you have a payment plan for this over 6,000 unpaid, teachers?
Hello?
I can hear you.
Hello?
I can hear you, Yasmin Mohammed. Hello? Hello? Yasmin, can you hear me? All right, let me come to you, Eric. I know that at the moment you have given government an ultimatum and you have said that if you don't pay, it is either we go on the legal tangent or we go on demonstration. But beyond these two, cards that you have available in your hands, if government isn't able to meet this ultimatum, are you willing and ready to sit at the negotiation table to maybe talk things through again?
If they call us to sit on the negotiation table, we are ready. It's not as if we are fighting with them. We are not fighting. As people also think that we are doing this to tarnish the image of this government, that is not the case. We are saying that, and it is evident that we are working. We need to be paid. So if I am working for you and by one or two reasons, you cannot give me all the amount that has been accumulated, just call us. Even last month, we had a meeting with the minister. I was part of the meeting. That was largely based on a few of us who are still not having the staff IDs. So he listened to us. He told us to give the list to the HR for Ghana Education Service. We did that. So it is not as if we are fighting them. Whenever they call us, we will be available. We are only asking them to, if they will not be able to pay all the arrears in a particular month, they should communicate to us. They should call us, tell us this and this and this are the reasons. This is how we are going to do it. We cannot fight them. We cannot fight them. But we are only demanding for what is due us.
And you will demonstrate if they don't pay?
Yes. For that one, it is sure.
When?
If they don't pay us this January, they will see us.
When should we expect a demonstration?
After January payment. So we are waiting. When the payment comes and then we don't see anything, that is where we will...
First week of February?
Yes. Maybe.
Hashmi Mohammed, are you still on the line? Hello? Okay. It's still an interesting, conversation how you have worked for 10 months and have not been paid. I know that the education minister is one that many have said that is a very listening, person. And throughout this whole process, how helpful has he been?
I will commend him for his interventions, because most of the times when we go there, it's a kind of difficult task for us to see him, but immediately he gets to know that we are there, he will just let us in. If he can't meet us that particular day, he will tell us, he will give us a time the following day to come. So I think in June or May, when we had our first picketing at Ghana Education Service, I think the following day he called us to sit with us, listen to our plight, and then from there he went to Parliament and addressed the issue. So he has been helpful, but the work isn't done yet. He will have to do more for...
Definitely, even if government decides to pay you in January, there is a certain subset of your group that will not have a payment in terms of those who still do not have the staff ID. How many people are we looking at so far?
Concerning that data, I would say from the colleges of education, we have a little over 30 people.
30 people who still do not have staff IDs.
Yes, who still do not have staff identification numbers. And then the university group would have a little, maybe above 100. Yeah, who do not have staff IDs. And per our follow-ups to the Ghana Education Service, we were informed by the HR that they would get it first week, I think between 5th and 9th of January, either first or second week of January. So we are still waiting to hear if that batch will come.
Yeah, and you confirmed that about 90% of you have been onboarded so far.
Yes.
The remaining, should I say 10%, apart from the staff.
Bank of Africa, as strong as a group, as close as a partner.
Where Duraplas goes, water flows.
PS Industries has introduced a new roofing system known as ColorLink Plus.
Flamingo paint, simply superior.
Syntax tank, are you strong? Are you tough?
Cherry Tree Properties. We develop spaces as though we were going to occupy them.
Welcome. This is NEWSFILE. It's your most authoritative news analysis platform, and here on NEWSFILE, as always, we put Ghana first. And I know that you have been eager, waiting for this edition of the show, in the same way as you did last week. It's been a year since Oral was launched, with over 2,000 cases, and we are told that things are slow. Why? JM has done 1 year. We're going to assess his 1 year. He's promising ethical leadership. What exactly is that? What accounts for the general satisfaction of the populace with his governance so far? Ken Ofori-Atta in ICE. In the United States of America, he's in trouble. And as you know, he's been on detention. We will find out why, and if he has any correlation to the processes by the Attorney General, the state of Ghana, to extradite him to account for his stewardship in Ghana. We have heard that it is not just about his visa and his travel issues. Well, the Attorney General and Minister for Justice himself is right here in the studio this morning. Thank you very much for making time to join us, Dominic Akurutenga Ayene.
Thank you very much, Samson, for having me.
Great.
And Happy New Year to you.
Happy New Year.
Yes.
Thank you very much. So, as I was preparing for this privileged encounter with you, I had to check my calendar. And I realized that on Thursday, the January the 9th, 2025, just 2 days after President John Mahama was sworn into office after the December 2024 elections, he announced you alongside 2 others, the finance minister, the energy with transition, green transition, as the first batch of appointees. How do you appreciate the strategic significance of prioritizing these 3 appointments or sectors?
Well, thank you very much. If you take the 3 of us, that is the 3 offices, not the persons appointed to occupy the office.
Right.
And go back to our manifesto, that is the NDC 2024 manifesto, you realize that the economy was a central plank of our campaign.
Correct.
Because we had assessed the situation under the previous administration and come to the conclusion that the economy was not doing very well. And I'm sure with the benefit of hindsight, Ghanaians will agree that that assessment was right.
It wasn't your assessment.
Well,
ratings agencies,
right.
Fitch, Moody's, S&P in 2022 had already given us a junk status.
Yeah, that is so.
In
that
ratings,
is so.
never before.
Well, so basically what I'm saying is that, from the objective evidence on the ground, the economy was going to be a central part of the campaign, and it was a central part of the campaign. And you recall that between 2013 and 2016, when, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama was president of this country, the issue of power, was, Dumso.
That's correct.
Was one of our Achilles heels. And that was one of the reasons why we were booted out of power. And of course, the man is wise enough to know that he would not repeat the same mistake, twice. And so the energy sector was also critical. And you remember when there was a leadership change in Parliament and the justification that the party gave, that the economy and energy are critical, and therefore the Honorable Ato Forson, then as our ranking member on finance and economy, took over the leadership of Parliament, and then Kofi Amabua became the deputy leader of Parliament. And so the energy sector was a very critical aspect. And then, of course, accountability. Public sector corruption was also a key part of our, campaign. And then, tied to that was the famous Aura. Which we'll be talking about very soon. Yeah, right. So the Operation Recover All Loot became so popular with Ghanaians that the president thought that, giving the Attorney General that mandate, having the energy minister or the Honorable, Jinapo, as part of the first, set of appointments, and the economy, was going to communicate to Ghanaians how central these 3 sectors were to his governance, in his second term. Right. And so it was so strategic, because we had to hit the road running. And if we had to hit the road running on all these fronts, it was these 3 that he wanted to start with.
Great. Economic transformation. A year on, inflation almost 24% at the time, has dropped to single digits, around 5%.
That is so.
The lowest since CPI rebase in 2021.
Yeah.
The currency has remained relatively stable. I have said I have my doubt if this is organic. And this has been consistent. There has been consistent supply of
foreign currency.
Power as well.
Right.
Despite the initial fears that there were going to be problems. Ghanaians appear generally satisfied. What has been the contribution of your office to the economic miracle, so to speak, that the broader public, is so satisfied with the government about?
Well, law does not have such a direct connection to the economic performance of the country, but its contribution will be indirect. So, for instance, our department is in charge of the drafting of legislation, and so we take instructions from the MDAs, including the Ministry of Finance and the Bank of Ghana, to refashion the laws of the country in a manner that will inure to the benefit of the people of this country, or that will ensure that economic performance, is enhanced. And so, if you take the fiscal measures that have been introduced, all the bills were drafted by the Legislative Drafting Division, and then, of course, we always advise on how the bills can be structured in a manner that will inure to the benefit of the country. And so our contribution is, limited to fashioning the laws and advising on governmental transactions, that have an impact on the economy. And then, of course, there is also the other aspect of it, which is the fact that every ministry, department, and agency is very much aware that now there cannot be any waste or wastage.
Okay.
All right. That transactions that are, fraught with a lot of overpricing will be definitely vetted. So, for instance, if you bring a transaction to my office, okay, we used to just look at the dry legal, aspects of the transaction, whether it complies with the laws of Ghana, the Constitution, statutes in force, the case law, and so on. But currently, we have taken an interest in the economics of the contracts, that I brought to the office. So, for instance, I would not, approve a contractual transaction, for instance, that has any semblance to what happened in the drip case, where you had in excess of about 70%, inflation of prices. So we do check all of those aspects, and we advise the ministries, departments, and agencies that, this could be problematic for you going down the line. And in some cases, if there's a need for me to brief His Excellency about a transaction and my concerns, I go to him directly and I talk to him, and then he will call the minister or chief executive to order. So that is how, and he keeps. So the point is that we are avoiding waste.
Good.
And the finance minister keeps mentioning that all the time, to people at the finance ministry, and then sometimes in parliament, about the fact that AYENA is making an effort to ensure that there's no wastage in the system. We
don't have the luxury to waste.
No, we don't at all.
Because our economy is in a place where you just can't afford to waste.
Not at all. Not at all. And if, I start to give you some of the details of, what I'm finding in the investigations, you realize that
we'll get there shortly.
Okay.
So much of the stability that we have seen is attributed to the Bank of Ghana and the gold boards, $1 billion in foreign exchange support since January 2025. When should Ghanaians expect the projected $21 billion from the oral? Because that's what we're told.
Well, I like the way you have characterized it, projected. That was projected, from the over 2,000, cases.
417 cases.
Yeah, cases that, were contained in the oral report. And it was a rough, back of the envelope estimate of what, is capable of being, collected. Very soon in this year, I'm sure things, will start, dripping into the government chest. With respect, money will start flowing into the government chest with respect to oral. The question whether we will be able to get exactly the 21 billion projected is one that I cannot answer with mathematical certainty at this point in time. All right, but I'm doing a great deal of work with local and foreign partners. On the local front, I have the Economic and Organized Crime Office, the EOCO, and then NIB helping me. And then I also have a special investigations team that works directly to the Attorney General. That team is a clandestine team, of investigators, very seasoned investigators who are working directly, to me. So very soon, things will, cash will start flowing into the public, kitty. So for instance, in respect of DRIP, I can say with certainty that we have been able to, with working with GRA, okay, we've been able to, establish that 22 million Ghana cedis of tax, was evaded as far as the DRIP transaction was concerned.
The company appears to challenge those figures.
That is what they are saying, right? So our initial estimate of the tax evaded was 38.7 million, all right? But we do not have the power, right, to say, with exactitude that a tax has been evaded. So in July of last year, I wrote to the GRA for confirmation. All right. Then the reason why I'm saying that I'm speaking with certainty with regard to the 22 million is because GRA just last week confirmed that figure. So it doesn't matter. And the company itself wrote a letter saying that they have they were re-warehousing some of the items that were cleared, as exempt when they were not supposed to attract exemption. But I think that letter is of no consequence as far as the tax evasion is concerned, because once you import goods and you clear them into the national customs territory, right, without paying duty, when you ought to have paid the duty, then it means that you have evaded taxes.
That's different from the 2 million you had flagged.
Right, the $2 million US has also been flagged. Okay, so, and I'm going to pursue them for that $2 million because, it's very, very clear from our evidence that they were overpaid by $2 million. So I'm going to, in addition to the 22 that has been confirmed by GRA, I'm going to, pursue them for that.
But why shouldn't we take some of the explanations? J-Plan Pool, they suggest that this 2 million must have been a clerical error.
It wasn't a clerical error. It is very, very clear from the, okay, so we use the invoices. Okay, the invoices, we obtained the invoices from the Ministry of Finance, from the DACF, that is the Disassembly Common Fund,
right,
and from PPA, and compared all, the invoices we received, and that figure is confirmed by all the invoices. Okay, that they were overpaid by 2 million United States of American dollars. I will insist on that. I am considering either taking a civil action to recover or possibly bringing criminal prosecution, prosecution against the company and its directors. All right. So on the tax front,
that sounds like a threat. You're threatening them.
I'm not threatening.
And using the fear of criminal prosecution
no.
to get them to hurry to pay.
Look, let me say something. Let me say this. All right. I can make the evidence available to Ghanaians, and every person who looks at the evidence will, confirm that what I'm saying is not a threat. I'm just simply putting out the objective facts. So, for instance, if I make available to you now the GRA letter confirming the 22 million, and I tell you that I'm going to collect it because that is my duty to make sure that, there's accountability. So, it should not be seen as a threat to the company, all right? I can take civil action to collect it. I can also decide to prosecute them for criminal, misconduct.
Right.
Yes.
So now we understand that how you contribute to the economy.
Apart from that, we are doing offshore investigations. So I have foreign asset recovery companies, okay, or personnel that are helping me, experts that are helping me to trace assets abroad.
Okay.
Yeah. So we are doing that.
And you do them simultaneously with your investigations?
We are doing them simultaneously with our investigations.
Great. So part of what I understand from you is that, for example, when we mentioned the Gold Board for Praise,
yes,
that was legislation that you midwifed.
That is so.
To assist them to be able to be where they are.
So
sometimes it's not direct.
Yeah.
as in the contribution. But that sounds like a direct contribution.
Well, so it will, you cannot, if the law is operationalized, efficiently and effectively, okay, then it makes a direct contribution.
That's right.
But our contribution is to fashion the law in a way that will make it work and produce benefits for the people of the country.
And as we get ready to get into some detail in oral, if you're just joining us, this is the Attorney General of the Republic of Ghana, who is gladly, indulging us because his attitude also has been that he wants to be open and frank and accountable to the people of the Republic. Dominic Akuritinga Ayine, he's answering some of your questions. And I realize that as we put out the flyer, many of you, your concerns had to do with oral. There is more to what they have to do than oral, but we'll take some time on oral. Critics say that you are aggressively pursuing opponents to recover loot, while at the same time, you are freeing individuals who are associated with the NDC. Do you regret your early decisions involving, nollie prosequi filings and the famous 60% plea bargains?
No, I don't. And something, you've known me for many years. If I don't believe in something, I wouldn't do it. And when I came into office, I did an objective professional assessment of all the pending cases. And remember, I keep reminding people that I was involved on the other side as defense attorney, right? If I didn't believe in the innocence of my clients, I would not, in some cases, I would not have, participated in, their, as part of their defense team, okay? So I had an insider view of most of the things that happened. So for instance, you take, Sagleme, okay? Sagleme, by all standards, was poorly investigated, all right? And the charges were poorly thought through. I'm saying this with all due respect to the people who drafted the charges, to the, state attorneys who were involved. I believe in their professionalism and I respect, their knowledge of criminal law a lot, all right? In fact, some of them are better than I am when it comes to criminal law. But I did an objective assessment. And so I give the Sagleme case as an example. Now, if you look at the case, they were talking about $200 million, all right, of funds, that were misused or lost to the state as a result of the actions of the persons who were charged, including my then client, Collins Dowda, all right? Well, we did an assessment of it. Collins Dowda was charged with causing financial loss to the tune of $200 million. But Collins Dowda was in the ministry for a very short period. At the time that he was leaving, only $94 million had been expended. Okay, so, something tell me, by what stretch of imagination can you charge a person like that with, with causing financial loss to the tune of $200 million, except to say that maybe his actions that, he took in office triggered the entire loss, all right? If you cannot directly attribute the entire loss to him, there was no point charging him with causing financial loss to the tune of $200 million. But that wasn't even, as bad as saying that, he issued false certificates, okay? A minister does not issue IPCs, interim payment certificates, all right? The interim payment certificates are, issued by the consultants who go to the ground, assess the work done, all right, value it, and they say, look, this is how much, the state ought to pay to this person. Yeah, and then they are the ones who then write to the minister, and the minister just writes to Minister of Finance to say that, look, this IPC has been presented, please go ahead and pay. So unless they are saying that the minister ought not to have taken the advice of the consultants, okay, then you cannot attribute the false character of the IPCs, all right, to the minister, okay? So I did an objective assessment of
the minister
all
has supervision.
Yeah, you have ministerial responsibility, right, for your sector.
That's right.
Right. But when it comes to, technical matters, such as, a construction project, you have technical people working on and advising the minister. So I don't know by what means a minister is going to be able to say that this IPC ought not to be paid because it is false. I mean, that it does not reflect what is on the ground. When you have AESL, a government, a designated or a entity that does the professional work of, consulting on government construction
Ultimate
projects.
responsibility, the buck stops with you. If you have to do due diligence to ensure that some wrong does not occasion us loss, and you fail, you should take the responsibility for it.
Well, I do concede that you should take responsibility for it, all right? But, criminal liability is specific. I mean, can you actually say that the intent is attributable to the minister when you say that the certificate is false, right? What about the person who issued the certificate? Why were they not being prosecuted, as a result of, the determination by the then Attorney General that these certificates were false, all right? So the point I'm making is that I did an objective assessment of all these cases. And of course, if you take, Cocoa Board, the Opuni trial, I mean, as a lawyer, I'm sure you were following it. There was, reasonable doubt, a lot of doubt as to whether or not, right, the persons who were standing the trial were actually, criminally liable.
The question people have asked is, why don't you leave that decision to the courts?
Well, if I have assessed a matter, okay, and I have come to the professional opinion that this ought not to have gone to trial in the first place, there's no point wasting the state's resources in conducting a trial when I know that down the line, all right, the state is going to lose. That will be reckless. That will be professionally, and in fact, it will be unethical on my part to assess a matter, come to the determination that there is reasonable doubt, the evidence doesn't stand up, and then I say, okay, you know what, just so that I satisfy, the public, let this, continue. No Attorney General should be conducting himself or herself in that way.
The rules of ethics bind you in that regard.
Yes.
That even when you see that there is exculpating evidence,
I have to turn
some
it over,
form of evidence that will lead to the person you are accusing being freed, you should let them have it.
Yeah, I will have to turn it over to them.
Right. Nonetheless, there was loss, and the case is now gone forever.
Well, okay. So which one are you talking about?
Sagleme.
In the case of
Sagleme.
Sagleme.
Yes.
Okay. So the loss was actually estimated by the then Attorney General at 200 million, right? What they did not do, which is also very important, was to take a value of the built environment. That was never done. Okay, so it isn't as if the entire 200 million was not spent, profitably towards the project, right? Buildings were erected, the glazing was done. In fact, most of them were completed, road network, electricity and everything, all right? A diligent investigator, a diligent prosecutor ought first of all to have valued the built environment and then come to a determination as to how much was actually spent. Then you can say that if it falls short of the 200 million, then you say, okay, so out of the 200 million, only 50 million was spent on the built environment. 150 million was lost to the state. And so we want to recover that, want to prosecute people for that. And you have to deal with it with specificity. So the consultants, and persons who were responsible for, the construction and so on and so forth, like, the contractor will all have to, take responsibility for it. Okay, so yes, the case has been, terminated. Currently, the Works and Housing Minister is doing some work with respect to Sagleme, all right? I had asked that they should do value for money, and if they do the value for money and any loss has been caused, we will take it up from there.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's interesting to know. You are still here on NEWSFILE. This edition we started at 8 a.m. and we are here with the Attorney General and Minister for Justice. So you speak about professionally, if you see that the charges can't stick, you will pull the brakes.
The brakes, yeah.
How about those matters where, like Kwabena Dufo, you know, the banking crisis issues, where you agree to take a 60%, you know, and let them go? People have questioned that.
Yes.
And that is bias. It is simply because you cannot be seen to prosecute your own. Like Collins Dada, like Kwabena Dufo, you just can't prosecute them.
That is not so. You see, the banking sector cases were being treated differently, right, by me. Because I took the view that despite the weak nature of the charges, okay, so for instance, I'll give you an example. If you say that financial loss has been caused by a bank because the bank took liquidity support from the Bank of Ghana, and that liquidity support, you know, was misapplied, okay? How was it misapplied? Now, if you take banks generally, right, banks are in the business of taking risk. They lend, you know, and sometimes those who take the loans default, probably not due to anything, I mean, any fault of theirs. They may default because the business has gone bust and so on and so forth, all right? So if you want to criminalize the banks on account of liquidity support, then I am sure all these, I mean, banks that we have in the system, every one of them will go to jail, all right? It doesn't make sense for you to say that because liquidity support was given, all right, and they did not apply it in the manner that you thought they ought to have applied it. Okay, so in the case of the Dufos, right, it wasn't the case that they stole the money. It wasn't the case that they pocketed the money. There was no evidence on file that, you know, I mean, they did anything that personally benefited them. In fact, they were not charged with, stealing and so on and so forth. Okay, so what we're looking at was the negligence on their part, maybe the fictitious entries into their books so that the books were good, so that Bank of Ghana will give them more money to, you know, continue to be a bank and so on and so forth. Okay, so at the end of the day, what I then said was that for all the banking cases, okay, I mean, I'd assessed them. The evidence was, also weak, just like, you know, the rest of the cases. But I said to myself that, look, people's, savings were lost, all right? Yes, they have to take responsibility somewhat for all of that. I mean, the civil matter was also, in court at the time.
That's right.
Okay, so I took the view that, look, if, I have to withdraw the charges, okay, then you have to, you know, commit to bringing assets worth 60% of what was, filed in the criminal matter. That was, and I made that offer to all the banking sector persons who were standing trial. It wasn't only the Dufos. I made it to Beige Capital, all right. I made it to the rest of them I've forgotten the tall list.
People have been curious about the fact that these cases somehow concern significant persons in your party, the NDC.
Well,
the Ofosu-Ampofo cases, talk about the Snit OBS matter, millions, you know, of dollars to recover from there as well. How does that happen? That's too much of a coincidence.
Well, I don't know whether it is too much of a coincidence, but I think, and I do not want to sound like I am basically I don't know how to put it without sounding offensive, you know, but I think that the cases, most of them as I've said earlier on, were poorly investigated. They were poorly investigated. And because they were...
And they do not have a future.
Well, yeah, that is the assessment that I came to. I remember my very good, friend, lawyer Tadiosori wrote a piece, with respect to the nolle prosequis that are filed, in which he basically says, look, if you have an attorney general who objectively assesses a matter and then comes to the conclusion that it is not worth, proceeding to trial, you don't expect him, to take that matter to trial. And something I keep telling people that, look, they should watch this space. They should watch out when there is malfeasance by a minister, all right, chief executive or other appointee of this government. That is when they will see that the allegations that I am treating NDC people with case gloves is not well-founded, okay? I think, look, just do a comparison of the cases that I have filed, okay? In most of them, I have been able to show that there was theft, all right? Okay, so you take, Kwabena Aduboahene, very clearly, the $7 million moving from a public account into a private account and disbursed for private purposes is theft.
Is there evidence of disbursement of that $7 million into for private purposes?
There is plentiful evidence.
Plentiful the BNC director accounts.
Yes.
We have seen the letter from Mr. Chireme, Joshua.
Yes.
Who ordered those accounts to be opened?
the dead man. So we'll come to, when the trial starts, we'll come to his letter.
Why get you to suggest that you suspect that...
I suspect that letter was a forgery.
Is fictitious.
I think it is. I think so. But even if that were the case, and if Mr. Chireme were alive today, I would have arrested and prosecuted him for that act. Okay? The reason is simple, Samson. We have director of, operations account, all right, which is a public account duly opened for the National Signals Bureau that can be used for operations. So you don't need to set up a private entity, take the money from that private entity, from the public account, put it into the private entity in order to do disbursement. Does it make sense at all for you? If, for instance, the Israeli company were paid directly from the public account, what would have been wrong with that? Why create another, a private entity and then use that to make the payment? Then subsequently, we find that the money is being disbursed, all right, for private purpose. So I keep asking
private
people,
purpose. Can you prove?
No, yeah. So in March of 2020, Kwabena Aduboahene actually wrote emails instructing his bankers to put 16 million Ghana cedis of that money, okay, into fixed deposit accounts in his name. Is that a public purpose?
We're told about how national security operates. For example, the properties that you list.
Yes.
Can you trace these monies to those properties?
Yes, I can.
We're being shown, and as it is panning out in the courtroom, that your case is crumbling by the day.
No. That is far from the
because the formerly accused, now your witness, is now giving evidence to corroborate that these movements of money and the operations were normal and standard.
No. You see, they were asking questions about movement of money with Ghana must go banks, that whether that is normal at the national security. And then she said yes. All right. That had nothing to do with the 49 million. She wasn't answering the question to the effect that the 49 million was brought to national security in, Ghana must go banks. Okay. She was answering a question that is general about national security operations and how they move money and so on and so forth. Okay. But my point is that if you look at our evidence, look at the witness statement of the investigator, all right, you will see how the monies were spent. And I've just given you
in the
one
witness
example.
Statement of the investigator.
Yes.
It corroborates what you say in your filings in the courts.
Yes.
To say that the security cyber defense system device was not delivered.
Yes.
But we have seen letters from the Israeli company confirming that these were delivered.
No. There were two. If what the Israelis wrote is true, right, then we have to have two pieces of equipment delivered for him to, not be guilty.
I see.
Yes. Because you look at the evidence of the Director of Finance, there was one that was legitimately paid for directly from the public account. And that is the one that, Comrade Dubois and his lawyers want Ghanaians to believe was delivered pursuant to the purchase, the purported purchase purchase transaction that he engaged in. All right. So if he has to, be exonerated, he has to present two pieces of equipment. The cyber, equipment has to be two. But you see, the disbursement, the trail of disbursement of the funds, okay, the paper trail is there. The paper trail is there. And I don't see how you can say that because you are national security, of course, your expenditure should not be as transparent as, a normal organization, okay? Because you have to have money to pay informants, you have to have money to do subterranean operations and so on and so forth. Yeah. But that is not what the money was used for. So if you say that you are going to buy equipment.
You have just confirmed that the money was used to pay for, at least part of it was used to pay for one device, which is delivered.
No,
but
not part of it.
Not part of this money.
No, not part of that money.
This is separate.
This is separate. This is separate. So we have invoices, genuine invoices from the director BNC account that went straight to the Israelis to pay for the cyber security equipment. All right. And then he mimicked that transaction in order to steal the $7 million that I am, prosecuting.
So what do we make of the Israeli company ICS?
Yes.
ISC?
Yes.
What do we make of their letter, which has been public now? That confirms, which is current, that confirms that the machine was, as it were, paid for.
Mm-hmm. That letter, as I keep saying, relates to the genuine purchase and not to the fictitious, purchase that was engaged in by Comrade Dubois.
Interesting.
Yes.
Okay.
So we can show that, there was, a purchase of a piece of equipment that was paid for from another account, and then he tried to mimic that in order to steal the money.
Interesting. Well, you brought that up. We will get to oral proper.
Okay.
The next question I was getting to you at was, if you say that all these cases that you have freed your, quote unquote, your colleagues,
yes,
or people who are associated with the NDC, were all done on a professional assessment.
Right.
The question that has come up is, you were willing to take 60%, for example, for the DUFOS.
Yes.
And let them go free.
Yes.
And yet in the NSS case, you are unwilling to take, in a situation where you suggested was almost 70% the person was seeking to pay. Why?
Okay. So the circumstances surrounding that, because the case is also pending and the lawyers, are talking to me, I would not want to give further and better particulars as we say, all right? But it is the circumstances surrounding it. Remember that when I did the plea deal with, I withdrew the case of the DUFOS, all right, the Unibank, charges, right? And I announced that I had agreed that they should bring about 60% of, the value of the criminal charges in order for me to withdraw the charges. You remember the reaction of Ghanaians was that, somebody jokingly put it on Facebook that now the Attorney General says if you steal 10 goats, right, you bring 6 back and then keep 4. And then he added that then the Attorney General will go behind and then take a part of the 4 that he has asked you to keep. Okay. Now, that was the public sentiment. Okay, and it was a very strong public sentiment. I remember there was a global info analytics survey around that time. Okay, and then my friend Musa Dankwa, all right, the issue of my accepting, 60% became, very problematic.
That's right.
All right. So the reason why I rejected this is that I am being stricter when it comes to plea deals. Now, I tell people that you go to court, right? You make your application, for a plea bargain to the judge. The judge will oversee it, okay? And, under the auspices, of the judicial process, we will be able to come to an agreement. So prior to filing, the offer was made prior to filing, and then I rejected it.
So you mean
not because I want the person to definitely go to jail, right? If they make that proposal and the judge is amenable to ordering us to settle, all right, the possibility is there that I could accept it under the auspices of.
But you are supposed to lead that by the plea bargain,
legislation.
Yes. You are supposed to lead that. You are supposed to present before the judge that this is what the accused has.
Yes.
And that you agree or you don't agree before the judge will make a decision.
Yeah. So at that point in time, I will make a decision as to whether or not to agree, to the proposal.
So you are not saying that for the people you are putting on trial now, or you have put on trial now, if they come seeking a plea deal, you will not grant them.
No, that's
except
not what I'm
that you will grant them on the basis of they being convicted.
Well, I will be happy if they plead guilty under Section 35, for instance, of the Cost Act.
Okay.
They plead guilty, they make restitution, and then they get a non-custodial sentence. That is the law. That is
and a restitution of 60%
will be acceptable? Not necessarily 60%. I would be happy to have 100% restitution. All right, that's what I'll be aiming for. But if they make significant restitution and, within the context of the judicial process, we think that this is, something we should accept.
The accusation is that if you accepted it for a member of your party, you should accept it for members of the opposition as well.
Well, for the members of my party, as you are saying, I didn't see them as such. I saw them as Ghanaians who were, being, prosecuted, and I had assessed the situation, and I thought that this, ought not to have gone to court in the first place. But I took a strong position, and I imposed the 60% on them.
And
they didn't offer me 60%.
In their case,
yes,
they don't get convicted. They walk free without a criminal record over them.
That is so.
But in these cases, if they are going through the plea bargain according to the Plea Bargain Act, so to speak, the amendment, they must first appear before a court, plead guilty, they'll be convicted. They are ex-convict for life.
Well,
before you accept their money. And they are giving you in excess of 70%, and you are declining.
I don't think that, they necessarily have to plead guilty. My view of the plea bargain regime doesn't convince me that they have to necessarily plead guilty. Within the framework of that law, it should be possible for me to take the money and withdraw the charges, or even enter into a deferred prosecution agreement with them. I can do that.
Okay.
Yes. So I just want a process mediated by the judge, so that I do not walk off, being seen as being arbitrary.
But you know that by the law, you must lead that process.
No, they have to make a proposal to me, right? And then I will assess the
because
proposal.
in fact, they will not make that proposal to the judge. They will make it to you.
Yeah, they will make it to me, but it will be part of the court record.
Okay.
So the judge will definitely be, part of the process of determining whether or not, the plea bargain proposal is accepted.
We're right here with Dominic Ayina. There are a couple more questions that we need to get him to respond to, including some reforms that have been promised, including the tribunals. They said they were going to, from the president, that we're going to jail the kingpins of Galamsey and all. What is happening in that regard? Of course, Ofori-Attah's extradition, after he had sent the extradition packets, what else is he doing? Is he responsible for Ofori-Attah's current predicament? We'll be right back.
No matter where we wander, Africa always calls us home. And here in Ghana, Stanbic Corporate and Investment Banking, together with clients like Gensa Energy and Goldfields, is driving sustainable growth.
The transition from fossil fuel to cleaner energy is quite imperative for the growth of a continent that we call home.
We want to contribute to delivering affordable gas for industrialization in Africa.
Stanbic is a bank that is focused on impacting lives, and Gensa has the same vision and mission.
Having a reliable source of power has helped our business and our operations in a significant way.
At Stanbic Bank, we bring businesses together, empower communities, and invest in the next generation. Stanbic Corporate and Investment Banking, driving growth, creating impact.
Still, Misaka, and Nemum was a summer brabo, and it can afford Swabrabo.
Misaka pensions, Caro.
Misaka or the Sika. Misaka insurance.
Misaka loan.
Momo Fogusuri Echumaden, the Aboye Nina Yesika Hubai, say MTN, Ana Momo Jumayeni Befrewa, or the 0244 300,000 Befrew. Nenumpo Orin Bitsao, one-time password, and now say Upin code, 80, Wonso, Yawa Femuji, Nama Weni Naho, Nawonsa, and Kaumo.
For decades, we have helped businesses connect with their trade partners all over the globe. From Ghana to Burkina Faso, Côte d'Ivoire, Benin, Togo, Senegal, China, Morocco, France, Netherlands, and many other countries. We have made it possible to bring Ghana to the world. We have brought small and medium businesses closer to their customers across the regions in Ghana with our SME support facilities. We have brought relief and smiles to the faces of families with our employee personal loans. With our cutting-edge technology and digital support, we take the burden of complex thinking off you, making life simple. That is who we are, as close as a partner. Bank of Africa. We are indeed the African bank with the global reach.
In Ghana, our gold is more than a resource. It's our pride. And at Gold Ball Jewelry, we celebrate that pride every day with craftsmanship that reflects who we are as Ghanaians. Introducing the Gold Ball Jewelry Gold Tablet. Pure, certified, proudly Ghanaian gold. The best part, when you buy a gold ball jewelry tablet, you own it. You keep your gold with you, not with us. It's more than a jewelry. It's a smart investment for every Ghanaian who wants to secure their future. Gold ball jewelry gold tablet. Own your gold. Own your future.
So, Charlie, the deal there, I almost get her.
Wow. Syntax pipe, as tough as it can get.
You get so sorry with your back, sorry. Oh, what are you was that thing? Hey, what the cat never won. We can catch him. Hey! Na ampai
between the high and carbon.
Hey, madam, pipe menu.
A Syntax pipe. Me tono, omo catch am say no ho den pa. Say ye fie, say ye foam. The pipe we bia e ye ne gam.
Syntax pipe.
Why leaky?
Come, madam. From today, Syntax pipe in my pipe. No 2 ways.
We need a pipe ben abe use.
SINTEX pipe.
Syntax pipe.
Ile carry water. No hala.
Excellent furnishing in a real estate business is a great deal for survival. My struggles as a young estate developer were cut short when I discovered Fernart Ghana. With quality furniture made from the finest woods and amazing after-sale service, Fernart Ghana changed my story with every single home I built. It's a one-stop shop that serves the interests of clients with a variety of living room and dining sets, solid wood kitchen installations, wardrobes, doors, cabinets, beds, pergolas, floor parquets, and many other wooden product that will last a lifetime. With Fernart Ghana, all clients are offered the opportunity to customize furniture to their specifications, and the smile on their faces says it all. Thanks to Fernart, now your home can look beautiful with furniture that would last for generations. Visit Fernart Ghana today and share my story. Locate us at Yaniba Estate, Osu, Accra, or call 0303 966 085 or 055 278 4097. Think wood, think Fernart.
You're welcome back. This is NEWSFILE, it's your most authoritative news analysis platform. And in the last hour, we have been interacting with the Attorney General and Minister for Justice, Dominic Akuro-Tenga-Ayine, on a number of issues about their contributions to the stability of the currency and the economy, in the performance, in the manner that has received general plaudits from Ghanaians. And he's been trying to explain to us how their, department, so to speak, has contributed to that. Remember, he was one of 3 who were first appointed, the first batch of ministerial nominees. The first batch of ministerial nominees were the finance minister, the energy and green transition minister, and then the attorney general and minister for justice. That clearly signified a certain, strategic significance of their coming in. He explained why that had to be done, because on the economic front, as you know, this country had, gone too low, as were historic proportions, were rated junk status by the credit agencies. For the first time, people's money, pensions, had to be, the government had to dip its hands into people's pensions. And I remember Dr. Bawumia saying that the economy was near collapse, but for the Gold for Oil and other programs. And I have said that the economy was actually heading to Sri Lanka. I've heard others say so as well, and I believe so. Was heading to Sri Lanka, where fuel was rationed. The president there had to be chased out of his home. So he speaks about their contributions to that, and through legislation. If you're talking about the gold board came in as a result of legislation. All of these have helped in some way. But you remember Oral, Okudzeto Ablakwa and his team, they projected Oral to us that they were going to get at least 21.1 or 2 billion US dollars. And I've been asking him about that. Of course, he thinks that estimation or projection is a bit too high, but they have a way around it. We've also spoken about a couple of the Oral cases so far and how he's been perceived to be biased in his prosecutions. Now, in respect of the Oral matters, so from where you sit, how does success look like? 2,417 cases presented to the president. Yeah. How many of them do you think that by the end of the day you would have been able to do? And even though you didn't want to give a figure, of the 21 billion, about how much do you realistically estimate that you can achieve for the country?
Okay, so let's start with the oral report. The oral report was in segments, and 2,000 and plus cases that you are talking about came out of the various segments. So, for instance, if you take the land, right? You take the land looting cases. They are one component, okay, of the oral cases. Not all of them. I can say this with certainty. Not all of them will end up, going to court, right? There will be some of them. There are some of them. We are. Realizing that the evidence, okay, because the oral report was a collection of allegations, a collection of complaints, and that is why I find it a bit disconcerting. When people like my senior brother Demlevo, complain about the slowness of the investigation.
He's been consistent with that complaint.
Well, that is for me very disconcerting and very concerning, because their report was just bare-bone allegations, right? And I cannot take bare-bone allegations to court. So I will have to diligently investigate. And I've been doing that. And that is how come that we have the cases that have been filed so far.
Domlevo was the first to admit that report needed further work.
That is so. So
his view is that you need to speed up because people are losing hope.
Yes. Well, I don't think
that's a fact.
No, people are not losing hope. I'm not living in a bubble, right? I interact with Ghanaians on a daily basis. All right, they meet me and they tell me, thank you for the good work you are doing for this country. Ghanaians still have hope, and their hope will be, vindicated when we have convictions, when we have recoveries and so on. But it's a process that must be, followed through with diligence. All right. So, for instance, I have given you one example, DRIP. Okay. So, in the DRIP investigation, right, which started immediately after the submission of the report, it got to a point in time that, as I said, I needed GRA to confirm the tax evasion. I wrote to GRA in July of last year. I just got their letter back, okay, this December. Now, how do I proceed to court without the participation of the agency that can confirm that the wrongdoing has occurred?
You said the same thing about the ghost names NSS scandal also. You had to get the Auditor General involved.
Okay. And even National Cathedral, for instance, I'm still waiting for the forensic report. I can't proceed to court on National Cathedral unless the forensic report is given to me. So for people like Domlevo, I'm a bit, surprised that they know that even when I have filed a case in court, okay, the speed of the case doesn't depend exclusively on me. It also depends.
But he sits there and he also reads reports that the Iyoko Attorney General has filed the process. They are being asked to make disclosures and they are found wanting. They can't seem to be ready. He's reading about the Edubuahim matter we spoke about a while ago, and the commentary is that your own witness is crumbling your case.
No. You see, what we have to understand is that, okay, first of all, criminal trial is a judicially controlled, process. So, for instance, the judge says, I'm giving an adjournment of 1 month or 2 months, and I plead with the judge, or my lawyers plead with the judge not to give a short adjournment, and the judge refuses. What do I do in that case? I can't compel the judge to give me a shorter period of adjournment. Then also, one thing that you in the media, you have to take account of, and also, investigate thoroughly, is that there are misrepresentations coming out of court. Okay, bloggers are being paid to make it look like, our case is crumbling. All right, they misreport whatever is happening in court. They misrepresent it, to the people of this country. But as a media person, if you objectively look at the evidence that we have filed, you will see that we did a fantastic job, of digging into the case and then unearthing evidence of wrongdoing. So for me, Rome was not built in a day. Every criminal trial has to go through the due process, okay? And so if people like him are saying that I should speed up, yes, I will speed up, okay? But I don't want to speed up and then trip along the line. And the same people will say, well, you see, Ayine didn't do his work well. That is why he's tripping, right? So yes, there are, a situation like what you have described where, in terms of the disclosures, okay, there is a delay in getting some documents, or there's or in submitting some documents to the court, okay, and then they blow it out of proportion. It's not unusual for the prosecution to say, look, we are looking at our documents. If you say we should make a disclosure, we have put all our documents that we want, to use for our case in court. Now, if they are making demands on us, all right, for documents, and then we are preparing to give them the documents, we are putting those documents together, and time runs out on us, then they say, oh, our documents are not ready.
Yeah, but the point is that you should have been ready before that. Once you are putting them on trial, you should have had
we have all our so for instance, they are making it look like we need to supply them documents to defend themselves. But it's not our duty to do so.
There's a requirement of the law.
No,
that you put the person on trial, you disclose and give documents that the accused needs to have to them.
Documents
and that must happen before the trial. That's why it's happening.
No, it's something. You see, there's a world of difference between, so what we have said in the docket, and the documents supporting our case, right, has been disclosed. So, for instance, one of the demands that they made in the Edubuahim case was that we should disclose the interrogation, videos. All right. Now, that is not something that we were putting forward in our case. We have our docket built. We have all the statements of the accused persons, of witnesses, and so on and so forth. That was our case that we took to court. Then you say, okay, make available to us the the interrogation videos. Okay, so we have to go back into our system and then upload. So, for instance, with some of them, they may be erased because we don't have enough space to be able to preserve them, and so on and so forth. So we have to go back into our system and then make those videos available to them. Okay, so those are the circumstances that they are talking about. They're not saying
someone like that, he's watching the space.
Yes.
And that's 49.1 million Ghana cedis.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
That's a lot of money.
That is a lot of money.
At least the cases you have put out so far, that's the highest amount you are chasing? The NSS?
No, the buffer stock is 78 point something.
So just quickly million. About that one, then we'll move on. Yeah. When you say the media, and this is not the first time you are saying that, at your last press conference, you spoke about bloggers being paid to misreport and mislead.
Yes.
They are reporting from the courtroom. For example, this morning, I had to ask you that we have seen that there's a letter that was written by the National Security...
the former National Security Coordinator. Yeah, allegedly written by the former
confirming that he had authorized the opening of the accounts that you are indicting Edu Boaheng on.
Yes.
Then I referred to the Israeli company.
Yes.
You, in your charges, you say that he didn't deliver the cyber defense device
equipment. Yeah.
But they write to say he has delivered it. If this is what the bloggers are reporting, and then your witness in court also confirming some of the things and they are reporting, what is it about somebody being paid or somebody doing misreporting?
Well, okay. So if there is a factual development in court, like the ISC letter, right, and you are reporting it, you have to be accurate with respect to its content. Okay, what did the letter say exactly about the equipment that was bought, right? Did they say that the equipment that was bought, the money came from the BNC, the private BNC account? Is that what they said?
What they are interested in is that they purchase the equipment and it's been paid for. And you say it wasn't delivered. Until you explain here, I didn't know that there were differences. There were supposed to be two devices.
Yes.
So maybe you don't blame the bloggers.
Well, I blame the bloggers because the able deputy made that case very clear in court that there were two pieces of equipment, all right? One of our witnesses, the director of finance of the National Signals Bureau, made that abundantly clear in court that there were two pieces of equipment that are involved in this trial. One, the authentic, pitches. One, equipment delivered pursuant to the authentic pitches. And then the second equipment that we are talking about is the one that he, mimicked the other transaction in order to steal the money. All right.
You have said that already. It's the first time you are telling me, and I'm hearing also, that the letter that was written by the former security coordinator, you suspect is fake, is forged.
Yes.
So you can't blame the reporter. They see the document and they say the name of the game is evidence.
Yeah. Okay, so so a letter was written, right? What are its legal implications? Okay, and I'm saying that, first of all, we suspect that letter was forged, okay, or it's a forgery. It's a fake document. Secondly, we are also saying that even if it was an authentic letter, all right, the dead man was a co-conspirator in a criminal enterprise. And if he were alive today, I would have arrested him, added him to Edu Boaheng to prosecute him, because they are not supposed to do what they did. That is against the public, financial management laws of the country. It is against even their own Signal Bureau, laws. You see, I was talking with one person who told me, he has a former security capo, told me that, you see, national security, you don't investigate them because even if they take the money and throw it into the Kole Lagoon, you can't do anything about it. I looked at him in the face and I said, you know what? If any national security person takes our public money and throws it into the Kole Lagoon, I am going to arrest them and I'm going to prosecute them for causing damage to public property.
The question has been asked The question has been asked, who is the complainant in this matter? Has the national security complained to you that they have lost the money?
No, I don't need a complainant to be able to bring criminal, prosecutions.
Okay. Now,
I don't.
You are heavily criticized.
Yes.
Your frank, press conferences have also become a hallmark of your tenure.
Yes.
But your critics argue that you sometimes pronounce the suspects guilty. This clearly undermines the constitutional presumption of innocence and the human rights of the accused persons.
Okay. So what is wrong with a prosecutor telling the public what he has found? There is absolutely nothing wrong. And in none of those press conferences have I said that the person is guilty of the offense. I just lay out all the facts and some of the evidence to give Ghanaians a taste of what, I have been able to unearth.
You don't have to use the word guilty. When you talk about the buffer stock and others and you say, I cannot see how they can escape this. Mm-hmm. This is a betrayal of the public trust and all of that.
Yes.
That's tantamount to pronouncing them guilty.
Well, but
something that the court should do.
But you see, if a prosecutor doesn't believe strongly in his case, he shouldn't take it to court. And what I do is simply to, express strong belief in the case that I'm sending to court. All right. The people who criticize me, I don't know whether they watch TV. If they do, prosecutors in America, they lay out the charges, they lay out the facts, they sometimes even touch on the evidence and so on. And America is a democracy of over centuries, over 200 years. We are a democracy. The Fourth Republic, has lasted for just, 30-something years now. Mm-hmm. All right. So I don't know why in a democratic system of government, a prosecutor cannot tell the people what he has been able to find, especially when the crime is against the Republic. Mm. Okay. So what I'm doing is not, trying anybody in public, just simply putting out the case so that the people of this country know it best.
You have put about 10 cases so far.
Yes.
Are you going to continue these press conferences for potentially 2,000 cases?
Oh, no. I will continue the press conferences to the extent that I do an investigation and I unearth, acts of criminality by any public official. I will have to announce it to the people of this country. I'm not going to stop today. I won't stop tomorrow. All right.
You're getting sued over these things.
No. Nobody can sue me for what I say.
You have been sued. You have been sued. At least Comrade Dubois' lawyers have sued you.
Ask him where the suit is. All right. How can you sue, the Attorney General for announcing a criminal investigation, right? And what defamation suit can succeed on, when on the face of it, there's credible evidence of wrongdoing. You and I, as lawyers, are arguing about what he did because, objectively, you agree that there's an act, that ought not to have been, done. The question whether he is guilty of criminality is one that we leave to the court.
Okay.
All right. But the fact that we are arguing about it means that there is, a credible evidence of wrongdoing that has occurred. All right. And so, for me, I don't see how anybody can succeed.
As you say, there are teams
suit.
And special teams and secret so-called teams that are trying to help you, even offshore and so on. We're human. Some may make mistakes.
Yes.
So when you are leading the prosecutions, don't you give yourself the benefit that potentially you could be wrong?
Oh, yes, I do.
So and if you make the pronouncements you make at these press conferences, and then later things turn out differently, what are you going to do?
Well, if the court says objectively that my evidence doesn't stand up to scrutiny, so be it. I will accept it. Or if I don't agree, I will appeal. All right. That is how the law works. The due process must take place. Now, I have to be first of all confident in the cases that I bring before I step into a courtroom. And I said that at the beginning of my tenure, that if I don't believe that wrongdoing has taken place, I will not prosecute anybody just because of politics.
Right. Iyoko, there have been calls for you to advise them against using bail as punishment.
Yes.
Do you believe Iyoko is in the wrong in imposing hefty bail, conditions that keep the suspects in custody? And for some situations, you have seen people spend weeks, people spend months in custody.
Well, you see, I said before, and I'll say it again. It is the huge sums of money that we are dealing with. And you and I know, all right, that the bail bond must mimic, significantly the sum that is involved in the trial, just so that if you want to extreat the bond, if the person becomes a flight risk and you want to extreat the bond, right, you can, obtain significant amount or significant property in order to extreat the bond. So that is the reason why, they do that. But I have had occasion, and you are right, I've, advised them that the bail should not be, where they know, for instance, that a person It's not a flight risk, okay? They should not impose bail conditions that will keep them, that will curtail their
in
liberty.
fact, the fact that the courts are slashing down these bail terms is evidence that they have been harsh and unfair to these suspects.
You know, if you take what the courts are doing, the courts are responding to bail, review applications. But you can tell in the National Service case, the initial bail, bail imposed by the judge, not us, all right, imposed by the judge. They went up.
Right. So, Galamsey, could be the undoing of this government. You believe so, not you?
Every Ghanaian believes so.
Every Ghanaian believes so.
Because Galamsey is a menace that needs to be tackled and tackled effectively.
The promise has been that the kingpins are the ones to be dealt with, and they will be dealt with, including by the use of tribunals.
Yes.
How far have we gone with this work? The kingpins, including members of your party, you announced that they are being investigated, and it doesn't appear there is anything more.
Let's first of all deal with the tribunals. So the bill has been given cabinet approval, and is being reworked. Okay, in accordance with the instructions of cabinet. So in February, when Parliament comes back, the bill will be laid. And I remember you and I had some conversations about the time limits that we have put into the bill. There were some concerns, expressed with respect to those by persons within the judiciary who had a preview of the bill. So I'm revising it. I'm revising the bill, and I'll make it, publicly available.
The question has been, what's the guarantee that tribunals will give us speedy trials?
Well, that is why the legal framework is being revised, so that, statutorily, there are mandatory, timelines with respect to. So, for instance, adjournments. You see, part of the problem we've had with, the trials is the long adjournments that are given. Mm-hmm. So, for instance, if you are supposed to give a ruling, of, let's say, on a preliminary matter, all right, and you are taking an adjournment of 3 months to give just, a simple ruling, that could have been done that very day or subsequent.
What's the guarantee that a tribunal will do it expeditiously?
No, the guarantee is in the law. It's in the law. The law will provide, it's so detailed, it will provide timelines, for adjournment. So, for instance, we are putting it in the law that an adjournment, should not exceed 2 weeks, 14 days, and so on and so forth, all right? And we will make sure that when, of course, once it is the law, the chairperson and the members of the tribunal will have to adhere to the law. They cannot, for instance, in the face of a statutory provision, now give adjournments that are, very long in duration.
Right. So the kingpins in the Galamsey, fight.
Yes.
At least you started, and when people were saying you've lost the moral, ground to be able to take on anybody else because you have freed your own people and you are not chasing anybody, you announced, we got to know that you are pursuing your own people, at least 2 of them, of your national officers.
Yes.
But that's been it, an announcement, and a further announcement.
Well, I wrote to the Economic and Organized Crime Office to, based upon, credible intelligence that we gathered, that that they should conduct the investigation, and I left it to the EOCO to do so. So, as at now, no report has come to my office with respect to those 2, and I'm waiting for them to be able to do so. Yes.
Are you responsible for Ofori-Attah's predicaments in the U.S.? He's been in ICE detention for how many days now? It must be a very terrible situation for him.
Well, okay, so you know that even from day one, I didn't make this public, but I started investigating Ofori-Attah, all right? In fact, in his case, I'm doing it with, some foreign investigators that are tracking, all the offshore dealings and so on, all right? And then, of course, we are also doing our own investigations here. they are inconclusive as we speak. I mean, we have not, come to any conclusion. So
this is different from the SML.
It's different, totally different, and potentially mind blowing. But I that I will not, give any details at this point in time. So I started working with the Americans in respect of Ofori-Atta long before OSP, came up with their announcement. Yeah, I started working with them, and I want Ghanaians to know that he just didn't overstay his visa. The visa was actually revoked. So it's not that Ofori-Atta, overstayed. So in July, the American government revoked, the State Department revoked his visa, all right? And they gave him up to November 29th of 2024 to leave the United States, okay? He did not. And then that is how come that they, decided they were going to, now pursue him, and arrest him. Actually, the arrest was supposed to occur on January 4th, and they did not do so. But on Tuesday, January 6th, they, apprehended him, in the Virginia area and took him into custody.
You're saying this is not exactly about immigration?
Yes, it's not exactly about immigration.
His visa his visa is not expired. It expires in February.
It was revoked. The visa was revoked. I am telling you this on authority. All right. The last meeting that I had with the American authorities was just 3 days ago.
His lawyers say here in Ghana say this is just a standard process.
No, it's not. It's not a. They want to give it that a twist, to make it look like there is nothing wrong. But of course, the extradition request that I sent was in respect of the OSP.
Yes, the SML matter.
Yes, but I have been working with the Americans diligently on him, and the visa was revoked, and that is how come that he lost his immigration status in the United States.
Explain to me, visa is revoked on account of you investigating him?
Something I wouldn't want to give any details because we speak with in confidence with the Americans, but this is something that I can publicly confirm that a visa was revoked.
So in respect of his extradition, are your lawyers in America to assist the state as the Department of Justice? As we understand, there's supposed to be some 2 lawyers from your place, 2 lawyers from the OSP or so to go and help the Americans who will prosecute the case in the American courts.
Normally, we don't send our lawyers. We are represented because we make the request to the American authorities. So just like here, when they make a request, my office, mostly led by, my deputy, Justice Srimsai, goes to court. My lawyers go to court, and they represent the interests of the United States of America.
That's right.
And they do all the arguments, and then when, they persuade the judge grants the extradition request, and then, we extradite the person. It is going to be the same. So you see, when I said that Mr. Ken Ofori-Atta had hired top lawyers in America to argue his case for him, and that is not going to be an easy battle trying to bring him home. People thought that I was going to the United States to face his lawyers there, and I was afraid. I'm not afraid. Paul Adomotiri did a show here where he said a Stanford lawyer, and you are afraid of lawyers in America. I'm not afraid of them.
He's not the only one who was unhappy.
No, but nobody ought to be unhappy because John Ashcroft, the former attorney, general of the United States of America, all right, called me and said he was the one representing, Ken Ofori-Atta in the matter. But his concerns, that the reason he called me was for me to assure him that when Ken is returned to Ghana, all right, he will get a fair trial. And I assured him of the fact that under this government, and in accordance with Article 19 of the Constitution, his right to a fair trial is guaranteed. No one is going to, Ken Ofori-Atta is not he's not the person that will come here and we're going to treat him very shabbily and so on and so forth. He will be accorded due process of law. His fair trial rights will be guaranteed and so on. So I talked with John Ashcroft, but at the time, you know, I could not, including the lawyer, isn't that the one, the lawyer who granted the interview.
That's right.
You know, so there were three of them, three lawyers who spoke to me via, a Zoom on that day when they were expressing concerns. Okay. So at that point in time, it was confidential. I could not mention John Ashcroft as his lawyer. All right. But I was simply saying that when you take the fact that he has these top lawyers coming to court in America to defend him, it is not going to be a day's work to bring him home.
That's obvious.
Because, you know, he will appear before, in this current matter, he will appear before an immigration judge. All right. On January 20th, he's appearing before an immigration judge.
Right.
He has a right to appeal that decision to a district court.
Right.
From the district court, he can go to a circuit court of appeals.
Yeah.
Then from there to the United States, Supreme Court. That is potentially the legal pathway to, the determination as to whether or not he should be taken from America.
Right.
If he doesn't self-deport, this is what is going to happen. In the extradition case, again, a district court will hear the proceedings and make a determination as to whether to extradite him. If he is not happy about that, he can go to a circuit court of appeal and to the United States of American,
right.
So I was just laying out, the legal pathway that, lies ahead of us.
And which could drag.
And that is part of the process of probity and accountability.
But why do you get a sick man's visa revoked? And as I understand, it was revoked in June.
No, in July.
In June or July?
July, I think.
Rather?
Yeah.
Okay.
July.
Well, he's sick. He's not well. That's what we are told. He needs to recuperate from treatment.
You
and so
recuperate only in America. You can recuperate here. There are people here with prostate cancer who are treating themselves. We have
overdone our time.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
We have overdone our time.
Yes.
But quick one. The CRC report,
yes.
Kwesi H. Prempeh's report.
Yeah.
You are not issuing a white paper?
We are working. No, we will not issue a white paper on that, but we will make known the government's position on the various recommendations.
You will be against MPs not being ministers? Because it's a busy place. You wish you were not MP so you can take care of the office.
Look, left to me, my personal opinion, I think a strict separation is a good thing. That is not to say that the hybrid system doesn't have its own benefits.
All right.
So we'll also, talk to the MPs, okay? And of course, people have forgotten that it is the MPs who must pass the law to disable themselves from becoming ministers.
That's right.
So definitely it's going to be something that we'll have to deal with. Maybe we should simply reduce the percentage. Instead of 50%, we'll say maybe 1/3 of cabinet. And cabinet is now going to be, and that is something we are accepting, cabinet is now going to be 57.
That's right.
So if you are 57, you have 1/3 of 57.
Okay.
That should be fine.
Thank you very much.
My pleasure.
30 seconds, what should we expect from your office this year?
Well, you should expect a lot of work, a lot of output, and recoveries of funds into the public kitty.
Thank you very much, the Honorable Attorney General and Minister for Justice, Dominic Akuritinga Ayine. This is NEWSFILE. We began at 8 a.m. and we've been with him up to this point. So if you missed anything, just go and then scroll back so that you can enjoy the rest of the discussion that had been done earlier. My guests are going to join me for the next segment of the discussion. We will quickly look at the Kenufriata issue, particularly that the Attorney General has given us a different perspective, completely different from what his lawyers want us to believe. We will look at that briefly and then begin an assessment of John Mahama in 2025, 1 year. How good has he done? He's promising ethical leadership. My guest joining me, Victoria Bright, international corporate lawyer and entrepreneur, Professor Ransford Jampo, Professor of Political Science and CEO of the Ghana Shippers Authority. Suleiman Ibrahima is Executive Director of the Media Foundation for West Africa. Sharif Mahmoud Khalid is Associate Professor of Accounting and Finance and Economic Advisor to the Vice President. I'm sure he may tell us how they have managed this quote-unquote economic miracle, and inflation is now at 5% when they took it from 24%. Andrew Ejapamesa is former MP, 2nd D, former Minister for Tourism, Arts and Culture. We'll be right back.
For decades, we have helped businesses connect with their trade partners all over the globe. From Ghana to Burkina Faso, Côte d'Ivoire, Benin, Togo, Senegal, China, Morocco, France, Netherlands, and many other countries. We have made it possible to bring Ghana to the world. We have brought small and medium businesses closer to their customers across the regions in Ghana with our SME support facilities. We have brought relief and smiles to the faces of families with our employee personal loans. With our cutting-edge technology and digital support, we take the burden of complex thinking off you, making life simple. That is who we are, as close as a partner. Bank of Africa. We are indeed the African bank with the global reach.
Going to the library. Going to the library.
Okay. I'm going for my graduation. Go well.
Education changes stories, and being part of these stories is the real passion for us. MTN.
In Ghana, our gold is more than a resource. It's our pride. And at Gold Board Jewelry, we celebrate that pride every day with craftsmanship that reflects who we are as Ghanaians. Introducing the Gold Board Jewelry Gold Tablet. Pure, certified, proudly Ghanaian gold. The best part, when you buy a Gold Board Jewelry tablet, you own it. You keep your gold with you, not with us. It's more than a jewelry. It's a smart investment for every Ghanaian who wants to secure their future. Gold Board Jewelry Gold Tablet. Own your gold. Own your future.
Excellent furnishing in a real estate business is a great deal for survival. My struggles as a young estate developer were cut short when I discovered Fernart Ghana. With quality furniture made from the finest woods and amazing after-sale service, Fernart Ghana changed my story with every single home I built. It's a one-stop shop that serves the interests of clients with a variety of living room and dining sets, solid wood kitchen installations, wardrobes, doors, cabinets, beds, pergolas, floor parquets, and many other wooden products that will last a lifetime. With Fernat Ghana, all clients are offered the opportunity to customize furniture to their specifications, and the smile on their faces says it all. Thanks to Fernat, now your home can look beautiful with furniture that would last for generations. Visit Fernat Ghana today and share my story. Locate us at Yaniba Estate, Osu, Accra, or call 0303 966085 or 055 278 4097. Think wood, think Fernat.
What juice are you taking?
This is Koa Natural 100% cocoa fruit juice.
Can I have a glass?
Of course.
Koa Natural 100% cocoa fruit juice is not just your regular cocoa drink. This is an innovative juice made from the pulp of the cocoa fruit. Once the cocoa pod is harvested, the pulp, which would have been previously discarded, this time is set aside, and that is what is used to make your Koa Natural 100% cocoa fruit juice. Not only is Koa refreshing, the taste is incredible.
Wow.
There's no added sugar, no additives, and no preservatives. 100% cocoa fruit juice. Don't worry, you won't be left out.
Wow, this is unbelievable. I will take this anytime, any day. So, Charlie, the deal there, I almost get her.
Syntax pipe, as tough as it can get.
You get so sorry with your back, sorry. Oh, what are you was that thing?
What the cat never won.
We can catch him. Hey! Na ampai.
Between the yanka pie and cabo.
Hey, madam, pie menu.
Hey, Syntax pipe. Me tono, omo catch am say ne ho den pa. Say ye fie, say ye foam. The pipe we bia eye ne gum.
Syntax pipe.
Why eliki?
Come, madam. From today, Syntax pipe in my pipe. No two ways.
When you know, pipe ben abe use.
SINTEX pipe.
Syntax pipe.
Ile carry water. No hala.
Smile, Look lively, okay? Smile, smile. Is the money too small? A bad stomach ruins your day. Don't let it. Take Gastron, your most effective antacid for the relief of symptoms of peptic ulcer, heartburn, gas pain, flatulence, and indigestion.
Hey guys, what are you waiting for? Let's go, let's go.
Mwah. Can you bring down the smiles more? Gastron, effective relief from stomach discomfort. Manufactured and distributed by NS Chemist Limited. This advertisement has been vetted and approved by the FDA.
You're welcome back. This is NEWSFILE. It's your most authoritative news analysis platform. And here on NEWSFILE, we put Ghana first, as always. And my guest joining me for the assessment segment. But before we begin with that, we clearly cannot proceed without saying something about Ken Ofori-Atta in ICE custody detention in the U.S. His lawyers had written very early when the news came out that this was purely immigration and it was standard procedure. It had nothing in connection with he being sought to return to the country for accountability. But you've heard from the Attorney General, your lawyer, the state's lawyer, that is absolutely incorrect. Actually, he had also been investigating him on a number of issues, which is, he says, are even bigger than what the OSP is doing. For a long while, and had been in interactions with authorities in the United States about Ken Ofori-Atta, and his visa got revoked in July of 2024, and he was given up to November of that year to leave the country, and he couldn't. And then this is where we are now. Let me begin by going to Manasseh Azuri-Awini, who is joining us from the United States of America and has something exclusive to share with us. Thank you, Manasseh, for making time to join us.
Thank you for having me, Samson.
In America, we thought you were teaching and studying. We didn't know that you were still doing I Catch You. Where did you catch Ken Ofori-Atta? What is he doing? Where you found him?
Well, ICE caught him I only have details of what he does, and that's what I've been sharing. And exact location where he was arrested, according to sources who witnessed the arrest, is in Washington, D.C., 124th Street in Washington, D.C. And there is an apartment, a luxury apartment complex building called the Westlight Building. This building is in a very expensive neighborhood of Washington, D.C., and it is a 20-minute walk from the White House. This is where sources say Ken Ofori-Atta and some members of his family, I have heard specifically his wife and son, have been living in this building. This is the building where Kamala Harris was living prior to her election and swearing in as the Vice President of the United States. And Kamala Harris had a 2-bedroom condo in this Westlight building. And when she moved in April 2025, this building was listed on the market and sold for almost $2 million. This is just a 2-bedroom apartment in this building where Ken Ofori-Atta lives. And it was sold for almost $2 million, to be specific, $1.85 million. So this shows that it's a apartment in this luxurious neighborhood. And the information is that on Tuesday morning at about 11 a.m., Ken Ofori-Atta was moving out of this building. And as soon as he stepped outside of this building, the agents of ICE surrounded him, got him into a car, and drove him away to this detention center, the Caroline Detention Center in Virginia, which is about 89 miles from the exact location where he was arrested. And they say that this was like a targeted operation. Sometimes ICE officials or agents raid places and do or conduct mass arrest. But everything I'm hearing from sources that were present when Ken was picked up shows that it was a targeted operation. They appear to have come to lay ambush, and as soon as he emerged, they surrounded him, got him into the vehicle, and then drove him away about an hour and a half drive to where he's currently being detained.
You heard what the Attorney General had to say about this arrest and detention?
Is it the reason given?
Yes.
About the revocation of the visa?
Yes. And the fact that the Attorney General had been investigating him on a completely different issue, not the story that you did, that you and your colleagues did, that the OSP has been investigating and leading to the extradition request. But a lot has been going on the part of the Attorney General in respect of Ken Ofori-Atta, and this arrest and detention, he says, should not be associated with immigration.
Well, I think it is true that he may have been arrested by the authorities for something may have triggered it, but what we are hearing now, it has more to do with the immigration. The Attorney General, if I heard him said, his visa was revoked and he was given up to about 29th of November to leave the United States. And if he's still there, it is an immigration matter that ICE has moved in to arrest him. Maybe what he may want to imply is that there are more reasons for his arrest than the extradition request, which was based on this current case that is in court. But if you violate your visa status, it is an immigration matter. ICE is working on immigration. So I believe this is purely on immigration from the information that is out. It it's possible that
your attorney general is telling you what he has been doing, and you say you believe this is purely on immigration.
No, I'm not saying what he's been doing is not that he's not been doing any work. He's been investigating him on other matters which are likely to come out. But as we speak, if the Ghana officials of the Ghana Immigration Service moves in to arrest somebody and detains someone for overstaying in Ghana, until somebody gives me any other evidence, I cannot say it is not an immigration matter. I believe this is an immigration matter. That is why ICE and perhaps not the police or FBI and others moved in. So as it is, everything points to the fact that this is an immigration matter. The trigger may have been for the revocation of his license may have been based on something else. Maybe the Attorney General may say, well, this person has done ABC, and American authorities may have moved into get some prima facie evidence of Ken having committed some crimes, for which reason they may think they should revoke his visa. But once the visa is revoked, triggered by something else, then this arrest and detention, all the facts currently point to the fact that it has to do with immigration.
Okay, Manasseh, thank you very much for making time this very early where you are to join us. But you are curious that Ken Ofori-Atta is living in a very plush, luxurious area, right? He's a former finance minister. He's a former finance minister. He's a man who had made a lot of money, who had companies, who was running a bank, an investment bank, and so on. So it shouldn't be beyond his means to rent an apartment, however expensive, in that neighborhood in the U.S.
I very much agree with you, and that is why some of us are livid. For what shall it profit a man to make all of this, and then you are now living in detention? If you've made all that money, you have all that comfort, he should have been minded to think about those who are in this country, people who are dying from hospitals because of the lack of basic equipment. My own father fell ill in 2023, and we needed an MRI scan in the Upper East region. We didn't get it. The whole of northern Ghana, there wasn't a single MRI machine. So we had to airlift him to Accra.
How is that the fault of Ken Ofori-Atta, finance minister?
The finance minister is responsible for distributing our wealth. So the money that should have gone into providing this healthcare equipment, billions were given to deals such as SML.
Are you saying that the health ministry or those in charge of the health sector brought this to his attention, that they needed this MRI machine in Tamale or in Bolga or somewhere, and he didn't give it? Are we not being unfair to him?
Samson, I can understand your devil's advocate. But the reason a lot of children are studying under trees, children are lying on their stomachs to learn, the reason hospitals don't have equipment, the reason we cannot dualize our roads, for which reason they have become death traps, is that we don't have enough money to provide these services. But if we have someone who is presiding over our resources, allocating these billions to some dubious deals, then we cannot say that he and those who manage the economy are not liable for, or they cannot be questioned.
Okay.
So that if he has to get healthcare, when COVID-19 happened, many people died because there were no beds. I interviewed a Ghana Health Service Director General in my documentary, and he said in the Ashanti region at the heat of the COVID, they had about 40 beds. And he said many people, some people died because they could not get care. In that period, Ken Ofori-Atta was able to fly to the US, get health care, proper treatment, was able to recover and come back. He didn't die like those who died in Ghana for lack of beds.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Manasseh. Thank you. Thank you so very much. Thank you so very much. And let's remember once again, let me get Sulemana briefly. What's your comment about Colonel Foriate's predicament? And again, dubious contracts, all of that. We clearly will have to wait for a court to pronounce that he did anything wrong. Yes, Sulemana.
Well, absolutely. Yes, Samson.
Right.
I think that the situation that Ken finds himself is certainly a very sad situation. As you rightly said a while ago, this is somebody that we know even before.
A sad situation. Some Ghanaians are celebrating it. You say it's a sad situation?
Well, it's a sad situation for him as a person, given his background. And I was saying that we knew Ken Ofori-Atta before the MPP, before Akufo-Addo came to power.
Right.
We knew about data bank. There are a lot of people who will tell you perhaps the first place they learned about investing money was through data bank, all the products that they had.
That's right.
And this was the person behind data bank. And so to now find himself in the situation that he's in now is a very, very sad development, I should say. But not only sad, but I think it's also very embarrassing. Embarrassing that a former finance minister who held the portfolio for almost 7 years ends up and then under the, whether to say excuse or the pretext of treatment, now has had to live in someone's country, even under circumstances that he is not permitted to be in there.
Oh, why do you say pretext of treatment? You don't believe the medical reports we have all become familiar with, even if it was earlier, that he was really unwell?
Well, I cannot say that I don't, or I didn't believe the narrative that was put out there, but I don't want to believe that he's remained in the US because his conditions wouldn't allow for him to be in Ghana.
That's what his lawyers say.
And well, but with the disclosure of the Attorney General this morning, unless the Attorney General's disclosure has to also be subjected, who should we believe? Because the lawyers, per the statement that we have all seen, created the impression that, well, it's normal for somebody to overstay because of a medical condition, and it's also normal to then apply for extension. And we are told that the visa that he had was going to expire on February 14. And of course, those of us who have been to the US, you may have a 5-year visa, but on entry, they stamp and give you maybe 90 days or 180 days to stay.
Right.
So you cannot say because you have a 5-year visa, you go beyond the days that the immigration or the custom officers grant you. So that was the intention that it's not because anything. And now we are being told that the visa was actually revoked 6 months ago. So all this while, is it because of health condition? He cannot fly. His condition said that he cannot fly to Ghana, even if it meant flying to Ghana for all procedures to be undertaken. He has to go back. I'm sure that the prosecutorial powers are not so cruel that indeed, if his condition required that he continuously seek treatment in the US, they'll say, no, once you have come to Ghana, you will keep here to die. So It's a sad development. But something I want to end by saying that this should be a lesson to everyone who thinks that they've gotten political power. That is their route towards, undue wealth creation or taking advantage of the system to fleece the state. I think this development involving Ken Ofori-Atta must be, even though he's not been sentenced.
Let me come to Vicky Bright here in the studio. And Vicky, when the Attorney General makes the disclosure that he makes, and he literally puts his credibility on the line, he mentions specific names of former Attorney Generals or attorneys general in the US, he mentions specific individuals and says that I interacted with these people. We had a conference, virtual conference, and they were seeking assurance from me as the Attorney General for Ghana, whether or not if Ken Ofori-Atta came to Ghana, he will receive, the treatment that is expected. And he gave them all the assurances. Does this change anything for you about Ken Ofori-Atta's predicament?
I mean, yes, I was actually quite shocked when I heard that, because obviously his lawyers have been telling us something different. And since they are his lawyers, we kind of took it on face value, even though a few things did not quite add up.
What the AG has said,
yes,
and the basis upon which he said them, until and unless there's the contrary, is the AG that must be believed.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Absolutely. He is the Attorney General of this land, and his credibility is very important to him. He's not going to sit here in front of 34 million Ghanaians and say something that wasn't the case, especially where there are international elements or dimensions involved, and especially in something as high profile as this, and with everything going on. I mean, for me, I agree with what the Suleimana said. It is a solemn lesson. It should be a solemn lesson for all public holders or public office holders, that when you're holding an office, whether you're looking after our finances or natural resources or whatever it is, you're doing it on trust for Ghanaians, for the people of Ghana. And one day, you may be called to account for it. And if and when you are, you should be prepared to do so without giving anyone any cause to be thinking negatively of you. I think there's nothing wrong with Ken going to seek medical treatment abroad. But the question is, when did that situation resolve itself? Why isn't he here? Really, are the Americans so heartless that if the Mayo Clinic says to them, look, we still need 6 months to treat this gentleman, they'll say, no, we don't care. Because normally the hospitals in the US, people go for medical tourism. And the hospitals in the US do speak to the immigration authorities, and they would work with them to ensure that you've had your treatment and you exit their country when you've done so. So it also kind of puts into question, for me, in my mind, how do we now believe what Ken's lawyers tell us going forward?
Remember the backlash that the OSP suffered, that the man is unwell. The presidency has given him, the all clear to go treat himself, and you are after him like, it's not fair. And then there were promises from his lawyers, particularly his wife spoke to Evans Mensah and said, he will go get treatment, he'll be back before you know it.
Yes.
You think he brought this upon himself? Now that he's...
look,
those of you who have seen the facility, certainly a finance minister should not be here.
He has brought it upon himself. Who did it to him? If you are holding a public office, you cannot blame third parties
that's a bank bird
for anything that happens. It's very, it's very sad. Enough. It's not where, we are Ghanaians, and we would not want anyone who has held public office in our nation to be living in these circumstances. If for anything alone, that alone is not something that I think Ghanaians desire. So for me, he clearly entered the US legally, but then in the entering your visa, a valid visa will allow you to enter at the port of entry. But then the regulation of your stay while you're there is purely an ICE matter. So that situation can change at any time. So clearly something changed for them to now decide to revoke the visa. I don't even know how I don't know, well, let me put it this way. I don't know at what point in the chain of events his lawyers applied for his status to be changed. Because if it's been revoked, then clearly there's nothing, you cannot extend something that is dead. You see what I mean?
That's a critical observation there.
Yeah, you cannot extend something that is dead. So the chain of events is very important. So is this an exercise in futility or not? And that will depend on at which stage the lawyer stepped in to make this to make this application.
Okay, let me bring in Prof. Okay. Your people will beat me if I don't say Prof.
No.
And you insist that we shouldn't call you Prof.
I'm an associate professor. Yeah. So,
do you think that this situation, Ken brought it upon himself?
I have to be fair to him, right? Regardless of whatever we all see, I'm a public officer. Regardless of me being even a public officer serving the state, things are not always the way they are, and how we react to them are very different. So prima facie or whatever evidence is being thrown around, I wouldn't say he brought it upon himself. Sometimes errors happen in public office, right? So I would wait for a competent court of jurisdiction to pass that verdict on Ken Ofori-Atta.
As seen, he should have made himself available.
Well, I mean, if that is what you're saying, if that is what you're saying, I mean, I was just looking at the facility. This is someone who's been to, the IMF annual conferences, dined with the high and mighty, met presidents, AFDB, Exim bank conferences. So, I mean, you're rubbing shoulders, right, with the creme de la creme. And in just under 1 year out of office, you found yourself in this. It's not palatable for anyone. And I was thinking that, because the point is, the more he stays out, the more he aggravates his situation, not in the court of law, but in the court of public opinion. Mind you, the public opinion or court of public opinion may not have any weight in terms of determining your case, but socially it has a psychological element in the impact it has on your reputation.
One issue I have raised is that so far is the prosecutor's case against him that we know. For himself and his lawyers. They are not telling us anything about his own case.
So I'm coming to that. I'm coming to that. But again, with how this case is being treated worries me. Because if all the revelations come out as they are beginning to drop, it's going to be very interesting. I mean, from where I sit and the peers I interact with, I may have grapevine information, etc., but it's not in me to determine.
The Attorney General just
told us something interesting.
That SML is only a tip of the iceberg.
Yeah, so, the Attorney General's revelation has actually turned 360 of my preparation for what we're going to discuss today. Because, I mean, some of us might have known this, but it's not my mandate to come and say this is what it is. But the Attorney General is enshrined by law, and he speaks for the Office of the Attorney General. So he spoke to it. Clearly, if you look at this case, Samson, when it emerged, the first red herring I saw was Enayat Kasimi as his lawyer. I mean, anyone who follows these international cases whatsoever, I'm not saying they are cast in stone, right? If you want to have a good analysis of it, you profile the lawyer to say, okay, well, XYZ, why did he go for this lawyer? Today, the Attorney General is mentioning the real lawyers. Kasimi was a face, right? And we opened our media floodgates and allowed him to piss him in some of the commentary he passed on this case. I watched it quietly. And I said, okay, well, let's see where this ends. Only today we are being told that ICE has enforced or probably picked him up, right? A local law firm, Minka Premu, emerges. Kasimi is nowhere to be found in speaking to this when it's happening in his backyard or jurisdiction. Minka Premu, I'm not blaming them, they are lawyers. If they're hired by client, they can do whatever it is. And it's part of the strategy for legal representation in such high-profile cases.
Back here, we have always known that Minka Premu represents...
No, it's not about... I'm not blaming anyone. Right. That's what I'm saying. It's a very good law firm. I admire their work. I know what they do, and I know what they are worth. So what I'm saying is that suddenly Minka Premu emerges. There's silence on the American side of things. And the sketch that is being given to rest is that his visa has 1 month to expiration. But the interesting question, those of us who may probably be exposed to immigration rules, if they've changed maybe today, I do not understand on how on earth that a month to the expiration or expiration of a visa, you get picked up. Because you've not violated it yet. So an ordinary bystander would have said that, oh, is it a legal strategy to get him in so they have 1 month to play with in terms of having an extension? That is, if the Attorney General had not revealed what he had revealed. So the question to ask is, does his lawyer, Minka Premu, are they aware of the visa revocation? This is something they need to answer. after this, because I think it also has, reputational collateral damage to an extent. Or they were not furnished or up to speed or abreast of the issue. Because we all know how these things work. Sometimes your client phones you and you need to do something. So legal strategy, I don't blame lawyers. And we all know that in high-profile fugitive cases, the first strategy is medical. And with medical, it always sticks because the doctor will find something, regardless of how right or wrong you are. And depending on how high-profile it is, then it goes on and on. Which is why I pity my two brothers, my elder brother and my friend Shremsai, Mezes Ayini and Shremsai at the Attorney General's Department, because extradition cases are very complex. It's like you're tossing a coin. It could be a head or a tail. You can build a rock-solid case. One human rights issue, one medical issue, or the foreign service or foreign ministry makes a tiny procedural error and your case is gone. Right. So when they said ICE has gone in, if you look at the operational issues by law of ICE, they enforce immigration status, not visas. That's their mandate. They enforce immigration issues, not visas. So a month to your visa expiring, why would they be coming for you? They can only come for you on condition that there are other violations. That is, you violated your immigration status, which we are beginning to learn now that probably was revoked. So it means that from the time of revocation, he was living as an illegal immigrant. You get it? Right. So now, or they are setting criminal charges against you. Now, I'm unable to establish whether it's the charges from the OSP or it's the investigations from the AG's department that is triggering what is happening.
The AG says his office had been dealing with the US
we agree,
for a long while.
We don't doubt him. He has a mandate to do that. But I'm just saying that we don't know which, because he himself needs to hold information back.
Okay.
Because it's very important. It's an ongoing case.
He refused to give us as
yes,
much
because
as we
again,
wanted.
he has a pending application to extradite him. If he drops anything, his lawyers can easily pick that up. And this case would come crumbling like a deck of cards.
Okay.
So it's quite interesting with how we are treating this issue. So it's a high-profile public interest case. I mean, Wontumi has subjected himself. He's able to drive a fast, furious sports vehicle to Yoko to answer and get bailed. He's home. He attends courts freely and goes home, right? I'm sure if Ken Oforiatta had done same, I don't know what his medical condition. I won't sit here to pretend I do, right? But I think that there could be a certain level of arrangement rather than allowing it to reach a social boiling point. And by social boiling point, with all these inferences we are allowed to make, you're burdening the public.
Okay. Professor Jampo, things with the Attorney General's revelations appear to have taken us, is it Vicky who said 360? Because you are talking about extension of a visa yet to be expire. And the Attorney General is talking about revocation. So she asked the question, what is there to extend? Because it's been revoked.
A very important question. Yesterday, I listened to Frank Davis and insisted that the man's visa would expire next month. And so I kept asking myself why this hula value. But it's important that we've been briefed today by the AG that the man's visa got revoked some months ago. You want to ask yourself and find out some of the reasons for revocation of visa. You can talk about fraud and misrepresentation in the visa application process. You can talk about criminal activity having been given the visa. You can talk about national security concerns. You can talk about failing to maintain visa conditions, including overstaying or engaging in unauthorized work. And you can also talk about a poisoned pen letter. Poisoned pen letter here simply is about somebody writing to accuse you for engaging in some illicit activity that goes contrary to your visa condition. These are some of the things that may then lead to the revocation of your visa. And so I kept wondering, the lawyers in Ghana, are they not in sync or in tune with what is going on with Ken Ofori-Atta? Because they seem to be saying one thing. Are they not aware? If it's true that indeed, and I am inclined to believe what the AG is telling us, publicly, the generality of the Ghanaian population now, that the visa got revoked. I'm inclined to believe that more than somebody telling me that the man has, his visa intact and is going to be expiring next month. And so if indeed the visa got revoked long ago, why is it that the lawyers here do not appear to know? But you see, for me, and I'm happy others have said it, the main point that I want to make is a lesson that this brings to all of us, particularly those of us who have been honored by being asked to serve the citizen, of the land.
Trust.
Yes, if you get that opportunity, it is important that you approach the exercise of that opportunity with some trepidation. You serve and take note that do things in anticipation of what is likely to happen to you tomorrow when you are not in office. And so you are not looking at what is happening today. Be thinking about tomorrow when your government is not in power to be able to protect you. The man was being demonstrated against his own members of parliament. There were people within his own party who were asking that he be kicked out. But the powers that be protected him. But today, your party is not in power. And then they said, come and account. And I don't think that the authorities in Ghana now are that inhumane. I don't think that they would subject him to torture or they would do things that would violate his human. He should just come.
So you are
and
concerned.
Answer.
You are concerned that these heavy lawyers, including former Attorney General in the US, will call your Attorney General and say, guarantee us that he will not be mistreated.
I am very concerned about that because it was said here, there have been other people who have been held before the investigative committees. Who to me has gone there. And is he being killed?
Some have suffered onerous bail terms, even in custody for over a week, over a month.
Well, you are here, and then there are lawyers here. I know people who were presented with bail terms that the generality of the people felt that this was unreasonable, and we all spoke against that, and then they were varied.
That's right.
And so my point is that we are Ghanaians, we love ourselves. I don't think that anybody means harm. The most important thing is that if there's been something that is untoward that has been done, it ought to be investigated, and if people have to face the full course of the law, they must be made to face. Because one of the reasons why this government was overwhelmingly given the mandate to govern was for it to be able to confront some of these things. And already there are people who are showing signs of frustration that the government seemed to be slow in going about some of these activities. And so
the AG was explaining.
It is important that we make this point that, look, Mr. Ken Ofori-Atta must be assured that he is only going to be asked to face the law. And like you rightly said, we don't seem to appreciate his case. He's not articulating his case. And so then you also give room for people to get certain speculations deep in their psyche. Maybe you have reasons for doing what you did. Come and explain. If it is right, the law will take its course. If it's not right, you suffer. I don't think this is a big deal. We are not happy seeing how he's being treated. Whether you like it or not, he's a Ghanaian. The fantasy say that see, if you are at loggerheads with your mother's son, okay, and he goes to fight, they carry him, they put him like wrestling. You feel that. So we are not so happy about the way a Ghanaian is being treated.
Beyond the assurances that the AG has given to his lawyers in the US, Kofi Bento has said that the public's mind has been so poisoned against him that he's not safe on the streets of Accra. What do you say?
Well, it is. See, what is perpetuating or what is festering that is his own decision to stay away. The more you stay away, the more the narrative goes a certain way that poisons, the public's mind. But the point is that if he decides to come, wouldn't he be given a police escort if we know, we can anticipate that some people may want to take the law into their own hands to be attacking him? I mean, I'm sure that President Mahama's government is that humane and that concerning and considerate that he would only want him to come and answer questions. If you answer the questions and you answer them well, you go. But if you are not able to answer them well and there are prescriptions as to how you should be handled, then the law takes its course. Right. And so he should come and open his defense, and so that we can be able to cut him off from all these acts of humiliation. I'm not happy about it.
There are Ghanaians living in the US. Yeah. So that fear still extends there, isn't it?
Yes.
There are Ghanaians living
in the US.
Yes. And so the continued perception that he's running away is what is not fueling all these things.
Let me now get to Ejapa Mensah, and starting on a rather light note. Have you heard a joke in town whether the minority will gather in front of the ICE facility like they do at Yoko to protest?
I'm not sure they
to protest the detention.
We'll get a visa for you to go and do that. But let me say good morning to all of you, to our church viewers and listeners, and to take the opportunity to wish everybody a happy new year, a prosperous one at that. See, Samson, the AG has done us all a lot of disservice, in that he comes to put up a statement that contradicts what the lawyers of Honorable Ken Ofori-Atta have put out earlier, without giving us any basis to support the assertion that he makes.
He gave the basis.
He didn't. And let's not confuse the two. Okay, because there are two issues here. The conversation that he had with the lawyers of Honorable Ken Ofori-Atta relates to the extradition matter. This particular one that he says his visa has been revoked relates to some so-called investigation that he says he's conducted. He didn't give us any basis. He didn't tell us why the visa has been revoked. And following from the comments that have been made around the table, makes me wonder even the more. If a man's visa has been revoked and there's nothing for him to seek an extension on, why is the AG the same person telling us that Mr. Ken Ofori-Atta is going to court on the 20th of January, appearing before the district court? To do what?
Because he has been arrested and detained.
Yeah, but his visa has been revoked, so he has no basis to stay in the United States.
Once you're detained,
people have been deported. Why is Mr. Ofori-Atta going through court processes?
You need an order.
Why?
To do the deportation.
Which order?
That's how it works.
The man's,
say that again.
You need an order from the court to be able to
do the deportation.
Exactly.
So that's your answer to him.
Yeah.
Okay.
The man has no basis to be in the United States. His visa has been revoked.
Right.
According to the Attorney General.
Correct.
His lawyers are saying that, look, yes, he was given a certain time frame to stay in the United States. He has applied for an extension. ICE have arrested him. That then makes sense to me why you will go to court to then apply for an extension of his visa if the court grants it, or be sent back to Ghana. But if his visa has been revoked, like we are being told by the Attorney General, why is he going to court again?
That's why Vicky is saying, please, that they need a court order to deport. So if they have to deport him, they have to go to court first.
Why? When your visa has been revoked, on foreign soil, show me the process. I don't have a problem.
Okay.
Show me the process. We all watch. I don't live in the United States, and I cannot claim to be knowledgeable in US law. But we watch CNN. We saw the people who were picked off the street and sent to Guatemala and all those places. By ICE. Please. When you were speaking, I was sitting right here.
Allow Ejapa Mensah to finish. Yeah.
Sorry. With respect.
Sorry. Carry on. Sorry.
Please.
Boo-boo.
You see?
He's right.
This whole public perception, public prosecution is what is informing potentially, and I don't speak for Mr. Ofori-Atta, his decision to remain outside the jurisdiction. Because listen, a lot of talk has been made. And I hear my good friend, Prof, make the point that if you've held public office, you ought to be able to avail yourself an account. You ought to be able to avail yourself and answer questions. Samson, you and I are lawyers. What law compels an accused person to even cooperate with an investigator who is investigating him? What law? What rule requires Mr. Foria? Are you going to please allow me to speak? What law requires him to even be present for anything? The burden in all of this rests with the Attorney General to prosecute and lead evidence to prove beyond all reasonable doubt that the man has a case to answer. If at that point he elects not to defend himself, the court can proceed to convict him. But we made it look as if to say he is under some obligation to be in Ghana to assist the investigators investigating before they take him to court. How is that even plausible? We said all manner of things. Look, I'm for accountability. I've served in public office. A lot of accusations were leveled against me myself as a person. In fact, transactions that the government of Ghana was making that bore my name coincidentally. I was accused to be the owner of that transaction. I served as director for a company called TG Energy Solutions, which then subsequently went into a consortium with other people, won a transaction with the government of Ghana, and incorporated a company which has its own directors and secretary. My name was associated with it because I was in the public space. I'm here. But the fact that those accusations have been made, do they constitute offenses or guilt in themselves? Why are we doing this?
There's a bit of a difference, though. The state has not investigated and preferred charges. Mm-hmm. In this case, the state has investigated and preferred charges, at least on the part of the OSP. I don't have a problem. And the Attorney General is saying that one is even,
Is he under any obligation to appear before the court? I want to know from you. Is Kenneth Foriata or any accused person for that matter under any obligation in law when he's charged to appear?
What do you prefer?
Certainly not.
What do you prefer?
No, it would be ideal. I don't have a problem. It would be ideal if he's minded. But if he feels that there's sufficient enough documentary evidence which exculpates him and that his presence to give evidence in his defense or not is immaterial, go ahead and prosecute the man.
Do you think that's what he's doing?
I don't know. Okay. Like I said, I'm not his lawyer. I don't speak for him. But I sit back and I observe the kind of public commentary, the kinds of things that people are saying, even people on this platform, essentially making it look as if to say, oh, well, you've said in public office and you're supposed to account. Please, let's not do this to ourselves. Because it's important.
What is unfair about that? That you have served in public office. You are needed to account. Make yourself available.
Needed to account.
Make yourself available. Why do you want it to be elevated to charges in court before you show up?
Samson, needed to account for what? For what? Show me the law that says that when you serve in public office, when you finish, you have to account. No, please, let me make my point. With all seriousness. The Attorney General and the state investigative agencies have accused him of committing a crime. True or false?
True.
I've served in public office. Nobody has accused me of committing any crime. You've accused a man. You say he should come. To do what? If you have your proof, the law is clear. Go to court. Establish a prima facie case. Lead your evidence. If he is minded to come and cross-examine your witnesses, let him do so. If he's not minded to do it, go ahead with your case.
I've led a couple of.
But that's exactly what the law says.
I've led a couple of former government officials to law enforcement agencies And by the time they are leaving the place, the law enforcement agency says, I thought it's okay. As for you,
Samson,
go.
I agree.
Because of your cooperation and the evidences you have shown me,
I agree.
Go. There's no problem with you.
No problem.
Is that not how it is done?
I don't have a difficulty. But I'm saying, if he elects not to do that, what law has he breached? I've gone to the state investigative agencies as counsel.
Correct.
For members of the previous administration who have been accused.
You have said it here on this table.
Yes. If Mr. Furiata elects that, look, with all the public brouhaha that is going on, I do not want to subject myself to this process. If they think they have evidence against me, let them go ahead and obtain their conviction in court. What crime has he committed with that decision? So why would we vilify him? Why?
Do you think it is?
I just can't get it.
Do you think
and
it is
make the public believe?
Do you think it's
that
a
the man
conduct?
is running away to where?
Do you think it is a standard conduct expected of citizens? I won't say patriotic. Expected of citizens that when they are being sought after by law enforcement, they should say, "I'm not coming."
No, you can even go. You can attend and not speak. True or false?
Sure.
So if he comes and goes to Yoko or whatever, special prosecutor, and goes to sit there and fold his arms, they ask him questions, I won't answer. Can anybody compel him to answer?
We have gone beyond this argument.
So what's with the public persecution? What's with the public vilification? What's with the public trial and conviction?
Because he was former finance minister,
no, you see,
supervised over our public pairs.
I don't have a problem.
Under his regime,
I don't have a
under his tenure, this country got into difficult situations, got ranked by credit ratings, junk status. That's serious. People's pensions have been taken away from them.
That was serious.
Right.
That was it. People's pension taken away from them was serious. But Ghana being ranked as a junk status was not. Because there were reasons why we got there. It's part of the issues that we will discuss. There were reasons. We had issues with our energy sector that we had to borrow to pay. It was money we didn't have. We had to borrow to deal with that. We had a banking sector crisis that we needed to borrow to pay. It was not money we had sitting there. We borrowed to deal with that. COVID comes. Yes, we got grants, but we borrowed money too to protect the people of Ghana. Your finances went into a certain situation. You needed to restructure it.
There were decisions.
What was wrong?
There were decisions taken by those who are the helm.
I agree, and I'm proud of those decisions. Because if Mr. Akufo-Addo, president, had taken a decision that the life of Ghanaians was unimportant to him, and so if you can survive COVID, survive. If you cannot, die. What would have been our response?
Okay, before we go into a different discussion.
Please. I don't have any difficulty with all the people who are saying, because as a matter of fact, that Mr. Furiata served as finance minister for 7 years. No doubt. It was a high-level office. But I'm saying that his decision not to lend himself to any investigation is not a crime. If the Attorney General has evidence of the allegations that have been leveled against him, the law is clear. Go to court. Prove it.
Vicky is a citizen.
I'm coming, please.
Vicky is
let me conclude.
Vicky is unhappy, just like some other Ghanaians.
I don't have a difficulty.
That somebody who has served at that highest level in this country is now being treated like a common criminal.
Of course.
In the US, they are not happy about it.
Of course. I'm not sure Mr. Furiata himself would have wished this to befall him. I'm only saying,
which you could have avoided.
No, I don't have a difficulty. I don't have a difficulty at all. But I don't want it to be said that his decision not to appear before any investigative body,
you have moved on from there,
rather focus on his health and allow the due processes of law to proceed without him.
But they froze
it's
it.
not wrongful.
Did they not freeze it?
Okay.
It's her own personal view about how this decision that he took. And of course, every decision that people take will have their own consequences. Okay? If he fails to appear and the state proffers evidence against him and is convicted, there will be consequences. If he chooses to stay in the US and not appear, also, That's the consequences that it faces.
All right, thank you.
But I want us to disagree. Very well.
Thank you. Thank you.
Just don't do that.
Very briefly, yeah.
Thank you. Ejapa, I think that, you see, there are certain ideas that must not be espoused publicly in a democracy by people who would also want to serve the people. We're talking about accountability being the cardinal principle that defines every democratic, setup. And so I'm not comfortable for the insinuation you are casting that creates an impression that Kenoforiata can go scot-free without being accountable. Okay, you are quoting laws, but you see, the law, I'm told, is more 70% common sense. Okay, and so the point is, it is unfair. It is, you don't look good in the sight of the people that tomorrow you go to ask that they give you mandate to govern. When you sound publicly that if the man doesn't want to come, who cares? He shouldn't be accountable and all. I don't think it is fair, and it's important we put this out there that all that we are asking for is for Mr. Kenoforiata.
Please. If you finish, I will have to deal with this. 1 second.
So all that we are asking is for Mr. Oforiatta to be accountable. And nothing, there should be no legalism quoted to sort of shield him from this accountability in a manner that you are seeking to espouse. I think it doesn't make you look good as somebody who wants to bear power tomorrow.
If you're going to hold public office, you have to be prepared to account because you are not doing that for your own.
And there's no argument that counters this.
I don't keep saying law does not say. Law says. Where will society be?
Where will society be?
In any case, Prof. Chapo and I.
Where will be common sense?
Yes, Prof. Chapo and I here, by our rules today, are PEPs. And by PEP, I'm referring to politically exposed persons. Now, that has curtailed certain things we can engage with or not. But most law says that. On an international level. And if it's post-office, when we leave office, we still have 5 years to clear that status of being a PEP. And there are reasons. In any case, we ask ourselves, why are there extradition treaties? Why are there extradition laws if nobody needs to come home and answer?
Yeah, I want to make a point.
Why are they not?
That's a good point, about this. About the judge, the appearance and court appearance and all that quickly. Okay, it says, I just did a search. A revoked visa makes a non-citizen subject to removal. So that's the status right now. Subject to removal, meaning they violated immigration law, but does not automatically deport them. ICE starts a case by filing the notice with the immigration courts, and that begins the removal process. And then an immigration judge holds hearings to decide if the person should be deported or has a way to stay.
Right.
And it's only after a judge issues a final removal order that ICE can proceed with the physical deportation within a set time frame.
A number of people, including those, some in the US, have been sending me this point to confirm that what you said earlier was right. That even upon revocation, there's the need for an order of a judge to be able to deport him if that is the intention. A process could include an appeal that may lead to you not being deported. So thank you, Mr. Duboaheng. Thank you, Mr. Mark Boafo, all of you in the US and also in Ghana. All of you doing research for me. Thank you.
It seems to me that we are being taken completely out of context. I'm not saying that people who hold public office should not be held accountable when they leave office. That's not what I'm saying. The processes of accountability is outlined in law. It's not people's feeling or thoughts. Okay? And I'm saying that every year, in fact, Public Accounts Committee, Auditor General, and all the things that they do, the accountability institutions are all there to help in the rendering of the accountability. If people commit crimes, which is what Mr. Oforiatta is being accused of, it is not merely a question of accountability. You have accused the man of a certain offense. And I'm saying that the law protects him to the extent that He's entitled to remain silent and not cooperate with you through any investigation.
And that triggers law enforcement decision to arrest. Once you say they invite you, you say you won't come.
But if
they're entitled to come arrest you. And if they are looking for you to arrest and you are not within the jurisdiction, they're entitled to trigger extradition process.
No problem at all.
Dr.
So go ahead.
said that's what is going on.
I'm saying that in fact, as we speak, that the OSP hasn't started prosecution.
Of course, yeah.
In absentia.
No.
Is it not consistent with the law?
No, it's not prosecution in absentia.
What is he doing?
So as you see, they have gone for
the rest of them, and
they've gone for processes that will bring Oforiatta here. So they are not doing prosecution.
So what are they doing?
They are not doing trial in absentia.
So what are they doing now?
They are bringing him.
No, until he comes.
They are bringing him.
Until he comes. Have they not filed the charges in court?
They have done so.
Have they not started prosecution processes?
They've done so.
So what does it mean?
But still remains, as you know, there's an extradition process to bring him.
No issues. Yes, let them proceed.
Right. Thank you.
But they could not succeed. No.
Okay.
But they can still proceed. In fact, even if Mr. Oforiatta comes into town, like I said, it's not under any obligation to cooperate with any investigative.
Mike Bonsu says that.
I think it's a fair hearing.
Mike Bonsu says that if Ken Oforiatta's visa was revoked in June or July last year, why was he not arrested immediately after the revocation? Is it not a fact that visa revocation is specific to individuals directly? He was allowed to continue living in the United States for 7 months. That's why they arrested him. Don't you get it? Okay. This one says that in law, it's actually a quote. In law, a man is guilty when he violates the rights of others. In ethics, he is guilty if he only thinks of doing so. End quote. Immanuel Kant. Okay. It is sad that Ejapamesa makes a submission that shows how ethically bankrupt political leaders are in Ghana. We expect our leaders at all levels to be ethically responsible individuals. Not everything is assessed through the lens of the law. This is coming from Yao Osafo.
When he sees us, then the law is a law, right?
All right, thank you all very much. I'll take a quick break. I've seen some of your messages. I'll take a quick break. When I return, we are going to look at the 1 year of John Mahama's regime, and he's promising ethical governance. This one from Ken, not Ken Oforiatta, says the second in command at NACOC is abusing the rights of suspects by keeping some of them beyond 48 hours. His own officers are not happy, but cannot complain loudly. Okay, you wanted me to put this to the Attorney General when he was here. Even the police, they are doing it too. I'm telling you, this abuse of people's, fundamental human rights, they are doing it around the place. But those of you who get abused, don't do famanyame. Take the process and make sure that those who are doing so get punished. Sometimes you may say they say from powers above, whatever, but it's somebody who is doing their own thing to paint a government in a bad light. So let's all be aware of that. Mr. Anderson says that, Frank Anderson Jr. says that, Bobo's question about which law or obligation requires Ken to make himself available highlights the absence of moral values and integrity within the Akufo-Addo administration, an absence that has enabled abuses such as the NSS scandal. Those who hold high public office are expected to uphold clear ethical standards, and this falls far short of what is acceptable. A former minister, Mark, says that, can a junk economy recover in 6 months? That's a good question you raised. Thank you very much. Whatever it is, the economy is recovering. Some of us have expressed doubt. We are being told not to be so doubtful that the recovery is organic. We'll take a quick break. We'll be right back. This is NEWSFILE, it's your most authoritative news analysis platform.
enne mu wasesa ma brabo eni kana fo nyina so abrabo
Misaka pensions karo
Misaka order sika Misaka insurance no
Misaka loan
Momo fogusuri ye ejumaden di aboye nyina ye sika ho ban se MTN ana momo jumaye ni be frewa or the 0244 300,000 ene be frew na numpo orimbitsaw one time password ana se upin code enti wonso ye wa femu die na ma wani na ho na wonsa enka omumu.
Let's talk hemorrhoids. Hemorrhoids are normal structures located in the anus of all mammals.
But it is only man who suffers hemorrhoidal disease because of the erect closer we have assumed and the squatting that we do to empty our bowel. Hemorrhoids consist of a special type of blood vessels which fill with blood when we are moving our bowel and help to cushion the anus against the force of transmitting the stool. Afterwards, they empty their blood, collapse, help seal the anus to maintain continence. Over time, these vessels lose the elasticity of their walls, become dilated, permanently filled with blood, leading to congestion of the hemorrhoids. The symptoms of hemorrhoids are bleeding and prolapse of the hemorrhoids when passing stool, itching and feeling of warmth in the anus and anal discharge. Laser, ligature, and longo are the modern, minimally invasive, most effective and painless methods of treating hemorrhoids today.
Muntaba Hospital, first Ghana Colorectal Center, in to serve a peculiar health need.
Hi, now let me share my wildlife experience with you at Safari Valley Eco Park.
Welcome to Safari Valley Eco Park.
Our electric shuttle pulled up and in no time our tour began. We were surrounded by wildlife from the moment we entered the eco park. We were greeted by experienced tour guides who took us through orientation and how to better enjoy the experience. Watch these animals roam freely in their natural habitat undisturbed by our presence. We saw zebras, sable antelope, brown cranes, mara, silky chicken, nyalas, Shetland ponies, and so many animals I just couldn't keep up. Our tour guides taught us so much about the wildlife, their behavior, and how to interact with them. I even fed them. We also went fishing on a man-made canal. Then we took a break to have lunch in this serene environment. All this amazing experience for this price for adults, this price for teenagers. It's a bargain. As the sun began to set, it was time to go back home, but not before dinner by the campfire. It has been a thrill of a lifetime, and I can't wait till my next visit.
Safari Valley Eco Park, bringing you closer to nature.
Going to the library. Going to the library.
Okay.
I'm going for my graduation. Go well.
Education changes stories, and being part of these stories is the real passion for us. MTN.
For decades, we have helped businesses connect with their trade partners all over the globe. From Ghana to Burkina Faso, Côte d'Ivoire, Benin, Togo, Senegal, China, Morocco, France, Netherlands, and many other countries. We have made it possible to bring Ghana to the world. We have brought small and medium businesses closer to their customers across the regions in Ghana with our SME support facilities. We have brought relief and smiles to the faces of families with our employee personal loans. With our cutting-edge technology and digital support, we take the burden of complex thinking off you, making life simple. That is who we are, as close as a partner. Bank of Africa. We are indeed the African bank with the global reach.
Smile, Look lively, okay? Smile, smile. Is the money too small? A bad stomach ruins your day. Don't let it. Take Gastron, your most effective antacid for the relief of symptoms of peptic ulcer, heartburn, gas pain, flatulence, and indigestion.
Hey guys, what are you waiting for? Let's go, let's go.
Mwah. Can you bring down the smile small? Gastron, effective relief from stomach discomfort. Manufactured and distributed by NS Chemist Limited. This advertisement has been vetted and approved by the FDA.
So, Charlie, the deal there, I almost get her.
Syntax pipe, as tough as it can get.
You get so sorry with your back, sorry. Oh, what you was that thing? What the cat never want me with your catch. Hey! Now I'm back.
Between the pie and carbon.
Hey, madam, pipe menu.
Hey, Syntax pipe. Me tono, omo catch am say no one dem pa. Say ye fie, say ye foam. Ye the pipe we bia e ye ne gum.
Syntax pipe.
Why leaky?
Come, madam. From today, Syntax pipe in my pipe. No two ways.
We need a pipe ben abe use.
SINTEX pipe.
Syntax pipe.
In the carry water. No hala.
Hi, now let me share my wildlife experience with you at Safari Valley Eco Park.
Welcome to Safari Valley Eco Park.
Our electric shuttle pulled up, and in no time, our tour began. We were surrounded by wildlife from the moment we entered the eco park. We were greeted by experienced tour guides who took us through orientation and how to better enjoy the experience. Watch these animals roam freely in their natural habitat, undisturbed by our presence. We saw zebras, sable antelope, brown cranes, mara, silky chicken, nyalas, Shetland ponies, and so many animals I just couldn't keep up. Our tour guides taught us so much about the wildlife, their behavior, and how to interact with them. I even fed them. We also went fishing on a man-made canal. Then we took a break to have lunch in this serene environment. All this amazing experience for this price for adults, this price for teenagers. It's a bargain. As the sun began to set, it was time to go back home, but not before dinner by the campfire. It's been a thrill of a lifetime, and I can't wait till my next visit.
Safari Valley Eco Park, bringing you closer to nature.
You're welcome back. This is NEWSFILE. It's your most authoritative news analysis platform. And here on NEWSFILE, we put Ghana first. And there are just too many of you who want to comment on the first issue. So I will share just a couple of your messages and then we'll continue. Kojo says, I'm glad Bobo knows that there are consequences to every decision. So he should know that the consequence of Ken's decision not to come home and account for his stewardship is that the Ghanaian public will judge him as guilty and the Akufo-Addo government as corrupt. Kojo sent in that one. And that's Kojo Yankson. Then this one says that, please kindly ask the Honorable Ejapa Mensah, why is it that he's not running away like Ken? Because he's a fugitive. That's why he's running. All of them were public servants and politically exposed persons. Time shall tell. Oral on the move. Hashtag NEWSFILE. Then this is from Master Planner Junior, Policy Analyst Kentampo. He says that great job done by Ejapa Mensah. Ken Ofori-Atta doesn't need to be in Ghana before his issue can be dealt with. There is one thing this government wants to achieve, to see Ken Ofori-Atta in handcuffs with his pictures and videos in or on social media. If they get this, even if the court decides he is free, from any corruption activities, they will be okay. Let's give time some time. Then this one, oh, sorry, it's too long. Emmanuel Owusu, I'll read just a portion. It says, I am concerned that Ejapa Mensah may unintentionally be miseducating the public on the legal and civic obligations of a person who has been charged with a criminal offense, particularly where, like in the case of Ken Ofori-Atta, that person has been declared wanted by law enforcement institutions. Once a person has been formally charged, there is a clear duty, grounded both in law and in civic responsibility, to present oneself before the court to stand trial. His argument effectively makes nonsense of processes by which individuals are declared wanted and or fugitive from justice. These categories exist precisely to address the refusal or failure of an accused person to submit to the lawful process. To answer his question, therefore, our constitution and criminal architecture is replete with laws expressly and impliedly requiring an accused person to avail himself to stand trial, failing which he must be compelled to do so. Emmanuel Owusu sent in that one. Okay. Ejapa Mensah should calm down in his submissions. His entrenched position is not helping. That's what you want to say. Dennis says that public office holders must know that a day of reckoning will come and they must account for their stewardship. Kwame Pipra went through it, Chachuchi Kata, President Mahama, Victor Salome. Ken is no special being from wherever. In any case, I do not think come and account for your stewardship means guilt. So that's all people are saying. Come and account for his stewardship. They haven't said he is guilty. The AG's office, looking into the economics of overpriced contracts, as Dr. Ayine mentioned, suggests a focus on understanding how inflated costs impact public funds and economic efficiency. It's crucial for accountability and ensuring that contracts serve the public interest without unnecessary financial burdens. This kind of scrutiny can help uncover corruption or mismanagement and promote better governance. So that is a comment on Dr. Ayene's statement. Lord Ace F says, to be honest, I strongly believe the AG is not doing enough in terms of oral. Briefing the public is good. However, focus should be more on prosecution. He's doing both at the same time. That's what he's saying. No news hits harder than the conviction of corrupt government officials. The young mag says the AG should act with integrity. You see how he's struggling to defend why he filed the nolle prosequi for his party members who were standing trial. We want accountability, not partisan accountability. He's failing and it is glaring. It is even not funny. Cecil Kwabna says that Samson, if Ken Ofori-Atta's hands are clean, why is he refusing to come to Ghana? Muntaka MAR says, by Ejapa Mensah's logic, people, PEPs, politically exposed persons, should steal, bolt out of Ghana, and should not come for accountability. An outrageous comment to make. And finally, Divine A says, winning a case in court isn't about writing reports and circulating them to bloggers to sway public opinion. Citizens need to start reading between the lines and get reports from credible court sources. Thank you very much. Messages that were sent in when Dr. Ayene was here at 8 a.m. I wish I had some 2-3 hours with him, but I'll read his final one. This one says that, please, respectfully, to my senior colleague, lawyer Ejapa Mensah, are they always comfortable defending the conduct of Mr. Ken Ofori-Atta? You don't know if he supports Ken Ofori-Atta or he doesn't support him, right? The former finance minister, the same characters years ago were happy when the likes of lawyer Chachichi Kata, Kwame Preparato Forcing and others were made to sit in the country for a court of competent jurisdiction to try them. Yet today, the former finance minister appears to be more powerful than even former President Mahama. Okay, when he was investigated by the OSP in the frivolous Airbus case. Thank you all very much. The messages are just too plenty. We can preserve this 1 hour for the review of John Mahama's 1 year administration. Suleimana, this is a plain, blank check. So in the next 10 minutes, tell us what your verdict is, what you're happy about, what you are not happy about.
Samson, thank you very much. I think I would want to do this at 3 levels. One is doing the assessment based on present with predecessor regime, which I think is maybe the baseline. And the second is to look at assessing based on what was promised and what has been delivered. And the third is basically where we are and the Ghana we want versus what we have. Now, in terms of the first point, I think the previous regime, a lot has been said. Of course, the whole starting point of what became for me a mess of a governance was even the numbers that were appointed right from the beginning, close to 120 ministers. And people complaining legitimately, but the then president said, well, you have to judge based on the results, not just on the numbers. And it turns out that I don't have any results to justify the number of ministers that were appointed. Of course, in terms of results, we look at the economy as at the time that the government was exiting, and every well-meaning Ghanaian would understand and appreciate the fact that the economy was certainly in a mess. As people have alluded to, the haircuts, the debt exit policies, inflation going up, the SD rates not doing well, and all of that were all indications about the state of the economy that we had. Then, of course, one of the biggest things or the biggest concerns for some of us under the previous regime was the lack of response on the part of leadership to citizens' concerns. And I believe my good brother, Honorable Ejapa Mesa, was in Parliament then, when even MPs aside thought that it was time for Mr. Kendo Foriata to leave. And not even a position taken by MPs of the government will yield the results and the responsiveness that was required. Not to talk about civil society positions that were taken on various issues that were ignored, policies that were being introduced that citizens really had a very strong opposition to, and yet it was pushed through. A number of levies, the mobile tax regime that was introduced, there was a lot of, pushback. And some of us even hearing, at some point, because of e-levy, even the vice president was uncomfortable, and yet it got through. There are issues about corruption. I don't think it's a secret. Now a lot is being revealed. Some of them, yes, it's still going to court yet, but NSS scandal, SMS, SML, free Wi-Fi, a number of them that at least some of us have been involved in uncovering. So certainly the issues of high levels of corruption and mismanagement of public resources was a matter. And then, of course, my area,
Okay.
This is 2, 3
Your line has been breaking.
For me. So you don't want to look at, so what has changed if this was the status quo? And I think, of course, the first point would be the economy, as everyone talks about, that is to have had a turnaround. Inflation has dropped. The exchange rate has improved. There is price stability. People will tell you in terms of fuel prices and all of that, which is a reflection of an improved economy. I think the other area people talked about was about local government. The decision that was made by government to ensure that District Assembly Common Fund goes directly to the district assemblies, for me, is a very, very good decision, because this whole idea of centralizing procurement for district assemblies, even motorbikes to be bought for assembly members at the local level, were being procured here in Accra and being deducted from the common fund allocations of the various districts. I think that is quite good. There was talk about natural resource management, and the gold board was promised. The gold board has been delivered, which is great. But in terms of the management of our natural resource, it's not just the management, but the management of what has been extracted, but it's also about how we extract it. And I think that we all continue to have concerns about the Galamsey menace, which has been ongoing. And on that front, I think essentially what happened was that the NDC folks, the leaders, the members at the various levels, basically took over from the MPP folks who were in the pits to do the Galamsey. And so we saw, an escalation of the phenomenon. But over the last couple of months, I think we are seeing some semblance of improvement. If it continues this way, then of course we hope that in the next coming months, our river bodies will clean up.
You are a journalist, and you are a journalist trainer of journalists. When you say you have seen some improvement on the front of the Galamsey fight, what are the indicators? What are the evidence of this improvement?
Well, Samson, my colleagues have been doing some work on this for some time now in terms of the extent to which our environment is being disseminated. And of course, even if you look at the news items that are emerging in terms of what is happening, you look at the reports about the activities of MIMOS. We do know that in the past, Operation Vanguard and others also had the same phenomenon where there are reports about burning of excavators, seizing excavators, and so on and so forth. But if we are beginning to see significant patterns of arrest by NIMOS, communities that are, attacking NIMOS officers, and a response, and the legislation that has even been repealed in terms of whether the president can grant access for people in forest reserves. I think all these are significant developments for me on that front.
Yeah,
but of course, as I said,
people will say that this is not new. In the Akufo-Addo regime, we saw even a better approach at the beginning of his government, where there was a complete ban. This has been asked for by civil society over and again, and this president says, "I won't give you, a ban."
Well, I think what I've heard has been the demand for the imposition of state of emergency. I don't know whether
that's what I mean by a ban.
As a ban, but certainly the state of emergency, the demand for it didn't start even under President Akufo-Addo. There were even calls for a similar state of emergency to be imposed. I don't see how a state of emergency can really end the phenomenon. It takes goodwill and genuine commitment on the part of leadership, on the part of the president. Because I've said there was that genuine intention to deal with the menace in terms of ensuring that party leaders and folks who were at the forefront or are at the forefront with that path towards finding a solution. But if we continue to have party leaders front end, party leaders be these and young people in the pits, certainly I don't think that we're going to find a solution to it. But as I said, it's not as though we are over with the problem. I just indicated that things are better than how they were at the beginning of the year and into the half mark of the year when things were just completely.
Is it that things are better? Is it that the situation has improved, or you in the media have reduced your noise about it? You are fatigued. Is that it? And it was election year in 2020, in 2018. So every day was galamsey, galamsey. Now you're not doing that anymore. That's the accusation you face.
No, as I mentioned, for example, we revealed the involvement of the MP for, I think it's Prestia Honey Valley, who was behind a certain group that had basically seized a licensed mine to do galamsey. We recently reported on the development in the eastern region, where a chief had promised that he would not allow for galamsey to happen, and at some point had recalled for it to happen. So where the developments are ongoing, we certainly continue to report on them. And I don't think that there is fatigue on the part of the media to continue the reporting, and that is perhaps why we are seeing less and less.
All right, now you catch a breather here. Thank you very much, Suleiman Abrahama. And let me begin from my extreme left on the decks now. And Ejapa Mensah.
Samson, I can see
the scorecard for this government has been rather very obvious. There's a general appreciation of the citizenry that the government has done a yeoman's job. And when you talk about credibility or credible communication, I heard Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia in his New Year's message admit that a lot has been done, but if he says a lot needs to be done more.
100%. But just before I go there, I see a lot of the messages that you read, seem to have taken me completely out of context. I don't want to revisit the issue. But the point really is this. You all were in this country when we recall Kenoforiata and how the police, armed men, stormed his house. That's how you invite people to render account for public service.
Others have alleged that they suffered the same thing. They are not dead, they are around.
So it's a question of what? Political somersaulting. That you did it to us, so we're doing it to you.
Mr. Addison said he suffered the same thing. He's in Ghana.
See, I'm glad that we are experiencing the kind of things that we are experiencing today. The economy is looking good. The macroeconomic indicators are obviously looking in the right direction. Things have improved. But then, of course, it was bound to happen. In 2020, when His Excellency the President, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, said to Ghanaians that human lives is what he doesn't know how to bring about when we lose. But the economy, he knows how to bring it back when it goes down. It was quite clear that the decisions that he was taking at the time to protect all of us was going to lead to economic consequences. Unless, of course, you lived in some utopia that you could not construe clearly what he meant with the statement that he made at the time. And true to form, post the COVID going away or reducing significantly, we were confronted with economic challenges. The government sought to roll out some policy to try and deal with the issues that we had been saddled with. And I must add quickly, it's not as if it is only the COVID that put us in the economic situation that we found ourselves in. Earlier on in my submissions, I mentioned the key debt profile that we had assumed, in dealing with the energy sector and the banking sector, which had put our finances in a certain way. Obviously, the COVID had come to compound it. So in 2021, when the finance minister was presenting the 2022 budget, he outlined some measures that the government was looking to roll out to ensure that we rebuild the economy back to the stage that we were in prior to 2020. He faced some resistance in Parliament to the extent that Parliament actually breached the laws of Ghana. Section 22 of the Public Financial Management Act enjoins Parliament to do 3 things by 31st December. 1, approve the budget. 2, pass the appropriation. And 3, pass every revenue measure that will go to implement the budget for the year. Parliament approved the budget, approved appropriation, and said it was not going to approve the revenue measures, such that by 31st December, the e-levy, which the finance minister had proposed to be one of the measures that he was introducing to deal with the financial crisis that we had found ourselves in, had been breached. There were consequences. You saw investor movement. Confidence in the economy had begun to tank. 2 months down the line, we saw the invasion of Ukraine by Russia, which led to significant disruptions in global supply chain. Our economy, which is heavily import dependent, okay, when freight costs increased to levels that had not been seen since the Gulf War, okay, that had an impact. Obviously, by the time that we came to then pass the e-levy, I believe in March or April, okay, the horses had already bolted. We're in a fix. Fast forward by mid-year, the performance of the e-levy hadn't gotten to the expected outcomes at the point. So we're left with no option than to go to the IMF. IMF approved our program, I believe, in May of 2023. We rolled out the post-COVID program of economic growth, okay, which is the IMF program that was signed on to, which is still running. Indeed, as was said by His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo in 2020, we started encountering the recovery before we handed over in 2025 January. As a matter of fact, in fact, inflation, which had peaked to 54% in 2022-2023, had dropped by a 30-point difference to 23% in 2024 December when we were exiting, on a downward trajectory. Okay, our friends come in, of course, GDP growth, quarter on quarter in 2024, average 7%, second and third quarter. These are matters of fact. So, consistent with what His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo had said, we had begun the process of rebuilding our economy before we left office in December or January of last year. Thankfully, the IMF program is still running. When the NDC came into government, they have stuck with it. We are being told even that they are looking to even extend it, which is good because some of the quantitative matrices have not been fully complied with.
Bottom line, they shouldn't take any credit for
they should. Why not?
Performance.
But of course, they should be honest with the facts. I believe that, like when it suits them, say governance is a continuum, okay, and we should give credit where credit is due. I am happy, especially with the gold board and the work that they're doing, which essentially is leveraging on the domestic gold purchase program that was introduced as a measure to deal with our economic crisis that we were being confronted with at the time, under the auspices of His Excellency Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, last week or so, or was it 2 weeks ago? Your panelists, we're here, and Senior amply, stated that these are matters of fact. Okay, yes, they've improved it. They've beefed up PMMC, which was doing the program in conjunction with the Bank of Ghana, put in a few measures to strengthen what it is that we had started. It's a good thing for Ghana. Okay, I'm not the one who is one to do politics with everything necessarily. Okay, so it's good. But give credit where credit is due. But to suggest, and one message that you read a short while ago, that junk status, right, is what they inherited. Is it a matter of fact? And that's an economy that is suffering the kind of description that our friends give us, able to recover within this short period of time. A lot of the work had started. In fact, the difficult domestic debt exchange program, the DDEP, His Excellency the President Nana Addo Akufo-Addo himself has publicly stated that it was one of the darkest periods in his presidency. It created huge difficulties for the people of Ghana. I believe that we probably didn't carry Ghanaians along sufficiently enough during that period, like the president did during the COVID era. But it was necessary. And the effect is what is leading to the reduction in our debt profile today. And of course, the exchange rate. Okay? So, good science, no doubt.
You pause in the next 2 minutes.
Can be done
for us to go around.
My only difficulty is that the kinds of commitments that they made in their manifesto, the Women's Development Bank was key. We were told last year that they were doing the institutional framework. I don't know what, and I was on a program coincidentally with Prof here, I believe Joy FM, where he said that we were now putting together the institutional framework. When the president in February, when he was delivering the State of the Nation address, had told the people of Ghana that it will be operational by July of 2025. July has come and gone. We didn't see anything. The much touted 24-hour economy. In fact, every poster that the NDC rolled out in this country, every billboard had the 24-hour sign on it. To date, people have said that it's turning out to be a 419. The Formula 133 is now beginning to look like a Formula 419. Because the narrative that they spin during the campaign is completely different from what it is that they are, the team that they put together to put.
Have you heard about the stuff that's going on, Ghana Publishing, all those places? They are implementing 24-hour.
Asante rolled out the reformation of Ghana Publishing during the Akufo-Addo era.
Yeah, but we have just been told
what's his name? Asante, right?
Yes.
I've forgotten his first name.
I actually singled him out here for praise.
Yeah, of course.
For the way
if the president is directing David Asante, if the government is deciding to now give them a lot more work to do to enable them run 24 hours, all well and good. In fact, companies in this country have been running 24 hours since the days of yore.
Okay, now take a breather here.
But they promised the youth of this country that public sector work, every able Ghanaian youth who is willing to find a job will be given a job.
Thank you.
That is what
you've done your time now. Professor Jampo, so, you know, the politicians is difficult sometimes appreciating how they do things. When Akufo-Addo came into office first, you would discover that 2017, 18, 19, the economy was solid. And Akufo-Addo kept repeating the sound economy at the time. The NDC said, we had brought in the IMF, and you were ruling or you are taking over at the time the IMF was in place. And the benefits that you were touting were as a result of the things we had put in place. The MPP said, hell no, won't hear that. It's the same templates that I'm beginning to hear from the MPP now, that the NDC should not take praise. But now Ejapa says they should, but not all of it.
Well, success has a lot of fathers. And so it's okay if there is success and everybody wants to say that we played a role. And of course, I am not one person who would say that if some role was played by a predecessor government, we should just ignore it. But the point must be made that it's okay if success has a lot of fathers. And so today, Ejapa agrees that things have been done well, but he's quick to say that they commenced it and we should acknowledge. I mean, it's okay. At the end of the day, we are all looking at what is good for Ghana and not who initiated and who didn't initiate anything. But he told us that President Mahama promised ethical leadership.
Correct.
Yes, that's what it is. And you would want to, I want to just operationalize two concepts. And if you tell me to talk about the kinds of things that President Mahama has done, okay, we would not end this program. And I'm happy that Ejapa himself concedes. But one will have to operationalize the idea of ethical leadership, operationalize the idea of good governance, and then you allow others to subsume whatever they want to say about the current regime within these concepts. So when we talk about ethical leadership, we are talking about leading with a certain integrity, leading with fairness, honesty, and respect, focusing on the common good by making decisions that aligns with strong moral principles, even when difficult, to build trust and a positive, accountable culture. And you talk about ethical governance, you're talking about ethical leadership, you're talking about integrity, you're talking about fairness, you're talking about transparency, you're talking about accountability, you're talking about trustworthiness. Now, if you look at all these denotations of ethical leadership, you would be able to praise President Mahama on them. You're talking about trustworthiness. Previously, in the lead up to the 2024 elections, politicians were hooted at. If they are going, they are hooting. People were hooting at them. But now, somewhere, somehow, the respectability and credibility of politicians have shot up because of the kind of ethical leadership that John Mahama has provided for the good people of Ghana. You want to talk about good governance? He's governed well. Resources of every state are not enough. Human needs and wants are insatiable. The idea of good governance, you see, before we talk about that, it's as a result of the scarcity of resources and the inability of the system to have resources to satisfy all the needs of the people that David Easton, for instance, defined politics as the authoritative allocation of values in a society. It's as a result of this that Harold Laswell defined politics as who gets what, when, and how. The idea is that resources are not enough and human needs and wants are insatiable. Somebody must make right decisions to make sure that people, even though they may not be fully satisfied, may be okay. Okay, so it ushers us into the definition of what good governance is. It is explained in terms of the effective and efficient management of scarce resources by a state to translate into developmental outcomes that can be tangibly reflected in the lives of the people. The idea is effective. So knowing how to do things and doing them well. The idea of efficiency is about you being able to use little to achieve more. So look at the number of the size of the government. President Mahama says, I don't need over 100 ministers. I need 60. And I don't know whether we've even gotten to the 60. Okay, but look at the achievement. Now, if you want to go on to identify one of them, there's no despondency in the system. At one point in time, there was a certain morbid fear in Ghana that if care is not taken, there may be military intervention. Where all those fears have now dissipated. You are talking now about no sense of despondency. The cost of living has gone, low, and because of economic growth, now banks are calling people to come for loans with reduced. I mean, you are there and please come for loans. I say, please, I don't work with loans. They are begging, please come for loans. The interest rates have reduced. Now look at the exchange rate, the CD dollar. I mean, we all experience these things. I do not want to go on, to tout up. Let me talk about the disciplined control of the economy and the disciplined use of statutory funds. Okay, this one, I've not seen some before. See, I run an organization that is self-funding. Okay, we generate our own resources. We don't depend on the government for subventions. And then you have a finance minister who comes to tell you that even though you generate your own resources and you don't depend on the government for subvention, the money that you generate still under the PFM Act belongs to the state. And so you take the money and it tells you how you can use it and how you cannot use it. It tells you. You make your budget, you say you want to buy XYZ and say come for commitment authorization from us, your own money.
and you have no choice than to comply. Sometimes you feel it's painful, but to the extent that it is going to advance a greater cause, you have to comply. At the end of every year, he has a certain eye that he peeps into your account, your savings, or whatever you have, and he tells you that you have enough. I am taking this away from you and taking it to the consolidated fund, and you must keep quiet and comply. A certain control. Okay, so if he's exerting this control, even on agencies that generate their own funds, you can talk about what is happening, to agencies that depends on government for subventions. So all these things have been done. The constitution of every land is the fundamental law of the land. If you get it wrong, if you get the provisions of the constitution wrong, it means everything in the country will be wrong. And I'm happy that Atta Mills initiated the processes. It went on, it was stalled for 8 years, and then President Mahama came, he exhumed the process again. There's been recommendations as to what we should do and what we shouldn't do.
There was some work under Akufo-Addo as well. The Claraberry report.
And
it was presented to Akufo-Addo. Akufo-Addo presented it to President Mahama. When President Mahama was taking over.
Well, so the point I'm trying to say. So
the Professor H. Kwesi Prempeh Committee actually was giving the Professor Fiajo report and the Claraberry report.
Yeah, but the point is, we didn't need 8 years lacuna to submit a certain report to the incoming government. For me, it was a 8-year period of inaction, as far as I'm concerned, about the constitution review process. But I'm happy that because they initiated, don't forget, in this country, we are plagued perpetually with the challenge and quagmire of policy discontinuities. When regimes start or birth ideas and successor ones come, unless those ideas have that kind of public support, successor government will always want to abandon. And I'm saying that the constitution review process suffered that fate because it was not birthed by the previous regime. But thankfully, the processes have been rolled up again, and we are now being told that there's going to be implementation of some of the recommendations that have been made. And I'm saying that if you don't get your constitution right, because it's the fundamental law of the land, if you don't get it right, everything else will be wrong, in the country.
Are there things that have happened within the 1 year that you want the president to look back and change course?
In terms, I think that generally the president has done well, but
the public admits that.
One thing that I would advise, not the president alone, but indeed all politicians and those who are looking forward to being given the fiduciary trust of the people to govern, is for them to be circumspect in the kinds of things that they say as they look for power. Now there is a certain frustration, in the minds of many Ghanaians that the processes towards bringing justice or dealing with people who may have run afoul of our laws, people who may have looted our resources, the processes are too slow. And when we're going about promising that we're going to be dealing with them, we did not let them know that, look, we'll be dealing with those who have looted the coffers, but the processes will be subjected through the slow-paced legal system that we have.
Is there anybody who was under the impression that the processes were going to be like a military regime style?
You may not have been under that impression, but I'm telling you that there are quite a
You have
number
just joined that sentiment to say the processes are a bit slow. But to have managed about 10 significant cases in court and they ongoing, being prosecuted, it's a lot of work.
It's a lot of work. I'm talking about the sentiments and perceptions or the feelings of those who give power to those who govern. I'm not talking about you and I.
Okay, this is the feeling that they are expressing. And I'm saying that in the next time, if you are going to look out for power, you have to approach some of the things you say to the people with trepidation so that they become measured in their expectations, so they don't put a lot of pressure on you. Because like you rightly said, and we heard the Attorney General saying and doing several press conferences that he's been holding, a lot of things are being done. But because nobody has been thrown behind bars as of now, people feel that it's slow. It's
not possible to expect in our judicial system that in 1 year, within 1 year, a criminal process would have started and terminated in high-profile cases like this.
That is a perfect view of a lawyer.
Minimum 3 years.
And a perfect view of a lawyer and an opinion of somebody who knows the process. But how many Ghanaians are like you? Okay, so my point is that this is placing a certain pressure on the system, but the system or the government of the day would necessarily have to follow the laid down legal processes. And so if you are asking me to speak to politicians about some of these things, I'll tell them that next time you are promising, make sure that you also allow the people to appreciate the processes that are involved, which sometimes are necessarily slow. But I also want to say that despite the goodies, despite the benefits, and despite all the positive ratings of the government, I am thinking that there is a challenge. There is a need for the government to be able to carry all on board to help it trickle down its gains to the people.
All right.
I don't know whether you've heard people saying this, that things are good, but prices are still high. Let me give you an example. I just went to...
You have overdone your time. I'll return on this matter because it's very serious. Okay. And we have heard people accusing, we say we are 70 or whatever percent or 80% or what Christian. And they're saying these are the Christian people in the market. Things are reducing, but they are refusing to reduce. And so
I wanted to finish, conclude.
A quick break. I'll return to that. Okay. A quick break. Okay. We'll be right back.
Are you taking?
This is Koa Natural 100% cocoa fruit juice.
Can I have a glass?
Of course.
Koa Natural 100% cocoa fruit juice is not just your regular cocoa drink. This is an innovative juice made from the pulp of the cocoa fruit. Once the cocoa pod is harvested, the pulp, which would have been previously discarded, this time is set aside, and that is what is used to make your Koa Natural 100% cocoa fruit juice. Not only is Koa refreshing, the taste is incredible.
Wow.
There's no added sugar, no additives, and no preservatives. 100% cocoa fruit juice. Don't worry, you won't be left out.
Wow, this is unbelievable. I would take this anytime, any day.
Excellent furnishing in a real estate business is a great deal for survival. My struggles as a young estate developer were cut short when I discovered Fernart Ghana. With quality furniture made from the finest woods and amazing after-sale service, Fernart Ghana changed my story with every single home I built. It's a one-stop shop that serves the interests of clients with a variety of living room and dining sets, solid wood kitchen installations, wardrobes, doors, cabinets, beds, pergolas, floor parquets, and many other wooden product that will last a lifetime. With Fernat Ghana, all clients are offered the opportunity to customize furniture to their specifications, and the smile on their faces says it all. Thanks to Fernat, now your home can look beautiful with furniture that would last for generations. Visit Fernat Ghana today and share my story. Locate us at Yaniba Estate, Osu, Accra, or call 0303 966 085 or 055 278 4097. Think wood, think Fernat.
No matter where we wander, Africa always
calls us home. And here in Ghana, Stanbic Corporate and Investment Banking, together with clients like Gensa Energy and Goldfields, is driving sustainable growth.
The transition from fossil fuel to cleaner energy is quite imperative for the growth of a continent that we call home.
We want to contribute to delivering affordable gas for industrialization in Africa.
Stanbic is a bank that is focused on impacting lives, and Gensa has the same vision and mission.
Having a reliable source of power has helped our business and our operations in a significant way.
At Stanbic Bank, we bring businesses together, empower communities, and invest in the next generation. Stanbic Corporate and Investment Banking, driving growth, creating impact.
Welcome back. This is NEWSFILE. It's the most authoritative news analysis platform, and here on NEWSFILE, we put Ghana first. Thank you very much for sticking with us up to this point. We started at 8 a.m. with Dominic Ayine, and for those of you who missed and you want to listen to some of the, revealing stuff that he spoke about, go on YouTube and you would be able to join. My guests have been Victoria Bright, who is international corporate lawyer and entrepreneur. Professor Ransford Jampo, who spoke a while ago, is Professor of Political Science and CEO of the Ghana Shippers Authority. Suleiman Ibrahima took leave of us a short while ago. He's Executive Director, Media Foundation for West Africa. And Dr. Sharif Mahmoud Khalid is Associate Professor of Accounting and Finance and Economic Advisor to the Vice President. Andrew Ejapamesa is former MP, Second D, and former Minister for Tourism, Arts and Culture. He's the man who is mobilized in excess of how many MPs? 140 something MPs, going to 170. So former MP aspirants also. Parliamentary candidates to support Dr. Bawumia's ticket.
Somebody is saying that, Tim Ken is saying that they're not taking people who lost the election seriously.
Oh, really?
As if to say losing the general elections also deprives us of the right to participate in the decision making within our party.
Right. Yes.
I get the bite.
Yes.
But I thought
I'll come back.
So, Samson.
Yes.
I don't want to, because I come from the seat of government to this program, I don't want to be seen as scoring the president. So I'm taking your own scores based on the synopsis you sent us and the scores you gave based on the 120-day contract, right? Among other initiatives, you scored the president an 80%. And an 80% in any jurisdiction is an A, if not an A+. So this is your score, not the score of the government or the score of a political appointee. That said, we're looking at this within various contexts. And
that score was actually the people's score.
Yeah, okay, yeah, but that's what I'm saying. Yeah, right. I want to go for a neutral score. I don't want to go for my own score to be, accused of bias. So this is the verdict of the people of Ghana.
All right.
They've scored the president 80%, and that's an A+. Right, very dignifying. Now, having moved to the top.
That was the 100 days in office.
Yeah, the 100 days in office, yes. But that's still part of the promises. Because if you promise that I'll do A, B, C, D, line items, and you go on of them, and even if you look at those that you say are in progress, if you added them, because something is being done about them.
Remember the 100 days, the oral energy and all of those things. So it's not the same as 1 year.
No, you talked about criminal prosecutions. Oral is hinged on criminal prosecutions.
That's right.
How long it takes from birth, delivery of judgment. And you see, on a lighter note, the emblem of oral, right or wrong, verdict or not, is Ken Ofori-Atta, who is away. When I say emblem,
let me not change
I'm not changing the topic.
Let me not change your
When I say emblem, he's the one everyone is looking at because he's the biggest political fish. And if he's not in the jurisdiction, he stalls the process in a way.
which is allowing the state to spend. Look at the revelation of the Attorney General, the resources he's pouring out, engaging his counterpart, embassies, international investigative bodies, trying to win an extradition case. Right, that said, you see, we can talk about COVID-19, we can talk about all of these things, but you in studio, in the run-up to this election, when those excuses were being made, we made reference to a joint Bretton Woods institutional report comprising of the IMF and the World Bank that put our economy at high-risk status before COVID-19 hit. So we can give that excuse till the cow comes home. You talk another example. Look, when we took office, as if we haven't faced any crisis in the first 1 year of office, what happened? DFID withdrew funding in the face of it. Did President Obama go to the bond market to borrow to fix that situation?
The bond market was shut. It's still shut.
But there's still room to wriggle in very high rates and what you can do. So he could have been reckless enough by still going to borrow at astronomical rates. But what he did was he called his ministers, his sector ministers, the finance minister and health minister, and taxed them to plug that gap. He stood up himself, calling in for investment in vaccine manufacturing, in drug manufacturing, activating key state institutions such as GIF, etc., to go into the innovations, to attract the GIPC, to bring in investors to do all of these things. What have we not seen? He could have gone to borrow. We were in this country when blue chip investments, such as pensions were touched. What happened? You saw a former CJ picketing at the principles of the finance ministry. Not for a Kenke party, but against what has happened in terms of who touches blue chip investments such as pensions. They are the premium. They lay the eggs, the golden geese. And you are touching them because you've touched everywhere and you have nowhere else to go. In any case, countries that got grants for COVID and other monies had something to show for it. What did you show for your COVID money? You said you had digitalized. COVID spared digitalization and brought investment. We all saw the rise of Zoom. That was struggling. So if you are indeed digitalized in the industrial sense of it, let us see the fruits of it, that COVID-19 and the monies that came in deft. Nothing to show. But you see, I can go on and on and on and on till the cows come home. But per our research agenda and these principles, we don't do comparative politics. We do progressive.
Bank nowhere here.
I'll come to that. I'll come to that. Yeah, exactly.
That's the question.
You see, again, you talk about criminal prosecutions. These are key policy documents. Before an idea is birthed from the policy room to implementation, you know what goes through? The president has shown key commitment by appointing an advisor on 24-hour economy. The advisor says, look, I can't sit in the presidency and push paper. Let me go out and implement this. He set up a secretariat. Go to the IGPC, the GIPC, Ghana Investment Promotion Council. There's a 24-hour desk. Go to GIF. And all these institutions that can anchor development are bringing that. You see, when we talk about, I don't know how we can belabor this point of the 24-hour economy when we talk about incentive side of it and the demand side of it. It's as though we say, look, is something not happening? Have we exhausted our mandate in the delivery of that? We talk about the Women's Development Bank. My good friend Bobo, he's been a banker. He knows what it takes to develop a bank with regulatory issues, with policy procedure, etc., etc. The Constitutional Review promises August. That was even going around the country engaging people. They delivered in December. Nobody will go after them because it's a process. Even we as researchers, we get in, we submit our papers for review. We could write to editors and ask for extension because we feel certain things need to be done right. Clinical trials. So it is part of a process of a democracy and a part of a process to birth an institution. There is commitment. Ask the women. The market women, have they not been engaged on the Women's Development Bank? Has a process not been initiated? Ask development partners. We are not leaving any stone unturned. Her Excellency, the Vice President, is fully committed to this project, as you would see, and ensures that you must engage all my women. You must engage all stakeholders. I mean, we don't want to willy-nilly. Today, we can get up and open up branches and say we have the Women's Bank, come for your loans. And what happens? Where's the robustness of it? We are looking at building a sustainable institution. Right? And to build a sustainable institution, you don't sleep, wake up, and have the keys to a bank. You go through a legitimate a robust process. And that is what Her Excellency, the Vice President, Professor Nana Jane Opoku-Agyeman, is committed to doing. Now, having talked about all of this...
When are they going to get it?
The bank. It will be delivered. We are in the process. As I said, ask those... Now, the point is, I can't sit in studio and say exact date, this is what it is. I've given you several examples of what it is, but the bank would be delivered. And the delivery of a robust, sustainable bank is what matters. Now, you look at all of these things we talk about in terms of leadership. Reserves. What are the current reserves of the central bank? Right? We're talking about gold program. You know, my very good friend and comrade Sami Jemfi, who did an excellent job in soaring up reserves. We want to go after him by saying he's cutting losses, when we are not looking critically even at the core mandate of a gold reserve program, whether it's profit making or not, and what it seeks to bring into an economy. You know, but you see, I don't want to drift away from actually giving President Mahama his 80% credit that the good people of Ghana have given him, and his Vice President. Let me wrap that in. You see, I hinged it on, you mentioned ethics, which is very cardinal. So from an academic point of view, I hinged it on Nicomachean ethics, Aristotelian ethics. And when we talk about Aristotelian ethics, we are talking about leadership in character before policy, which President Mahama has exhibited. You see the modest life he lives as a president. You look at his convoys, you look at his public outlook, etc., reflective of that. We're talking about the ethical aim, which is the common good, reflected in his policies. The Mahama cares. Right? And all of this he's committed to and pushing and driving for them to be done.
All right.
So and in the address that he had at the anniversary Thanksgiving, he made something fundamental. He says that, look, the anniversary was not to celebrate authority of political triumph, but a moment of gratitude and sober reflection. And he didn't just do this alone. He brought in his vice president to thank the vice president for the support she has given.
All right.
In actually moving.
Catch a breather here. George says the economy has improved, no doubt. The setting international development have aided the process since December 2024, significantly drastic increase in the price of cocoa, unprecedented increase in the price of gold, drastic reduction in the price of oil from upper 70s to about $61 per barrel, reduction in the value of the US dollar. Indeed, the value of the dollar fell by 9% in November 2025 alone. These significant developments have largely impacted the current state of affairs. These are not domestic-driven initiatives. The show is brought to you by the kindly sponsorship of Bank of Africa, as strong as a group and close as a partner. MTN everywhere you go. Ashesi University, educating ethical and entrepreneurial leaders for Africa. Robert & Sons Optical Services, your comprehensive eye care service provider for 33 plus years. My Way Insurance, dial *165# on MTN to join My Way today. Forgive me. Syntax Tanks is strong as staff. Activa International Insurance, our clients, our passion. International Facilities Management Association, they are proud to be associated with NEWSFILE. Safari Valley Eco Park, bringing you closer to nature. Gold Board Jewelry, pure, precious, proudly Ghanaian. Gold Board Jewelry, pure, precious, proudly Ghanaian. Koa Natural Juice, 100% cocoa fruit juice. I'm sorry. Let's hear you.
Okay, no problem. I think
Vicky. Let's hear you, Vicky. Let's hear you, Vicky.
As part of a research agenda, we are allowed to be charitable.
Yeah. So yes, we saw President Mahama do a historic comeback into office, and I think much was expected of him. He inherited a tough set of circumstances, and I would say that overall, he steadied the ship, and now we have to see. We need to get the ship moving, sailing. I would say he's made a solid start, and we need to give him credit for showing immediate focus and early direction setting. On the economy, we've all seen the macros. We've talked about macro stability gains. The gains are visible, but the broader economic turnaround remains gradual. But I guess that's to be expected. And we need to feel this in our pockets, in households, because people are still feeling some pressure. The government has spent time calming down the markets, restoring confidence in our economy, strengthening our fiscal credibility, and managing expectations generally. I think fuel prices have only just gone down, and hopefully they'll stay down. And so that's a welcome relief to all of us. Our domestic and international debts are both reduced. And we've talked about Gold Board and how it's helped to shore up our reserves. And I think going forward it's going to be even more because this is just operated for less than a year. And already we are seeing significant changes. I like the first year tertiary students not having to pay. I think that will help a lot of households and ease pressures in homes. Now, in terms of, so that's the economy, governance and leadership style, I think those are worth commenting on as well. There's been a strong emphasis on reset, accountability, ethics, and this has helped to shore up public sentiments because, to be honest, the trust in politicians by the time of the last election was very low. Nobody wanted to see any politician at all back then. And I think things are moving. Ghana is moving in the right direction, and we pray that it stays that way. I think his tone is also good. I think there's a notable shift in tone. And that has also contributed towards rebuilding public trust. The code of conduct is also to be welcomed. There are some appointees who are clearly excelling, and others need to, I guess, make their presence matter or pull their weight, because the president's whole reset agenda will depend on every appointee performing well. There are things to improve. Having said all that, there are things to improve. The big push, the 24-hour economy.
The things that shook the foundation of the democracy, the removal of a chief justice.
Yes, I don't want to go back there. I don't have much time, so let me run through my stuff. Youth unemployment, we need a lower cost of living, and Galamsey, as always, I think we need a big push on Galamsey until our water bodies start changing color back to their natural colors. I think people will feel that the Galamsey fight is not being won. So we need to see to believe it. And so, yes, I think all in all, yes. And of course, I'm a woman, so the Women's Development Bank, I'm also waiting to see it. So that is what I'll say.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I've got just a minute to go.
And I did it in 4 minutes.
Yes, you did well. Yes, Ejapa.
It's unfortunate we didn't get time to go
from this side of the table is being plainly positives.
Oh, but they're obviously negatives. I mean, I mentioned
some of the negatives.
I mentioned the positives as well. I mean, it's not in doubt that the CD has stabilized. Okay? We know the reasons. I'm saying that, and indeed, the president himself in his Thanksgiving service said that this year is going to be the real test, because that's when you exit from the IMF program. Pressures from the system is going to hit you. Okay, budget performance last year was only 59% or so. What it means is that a lot of the programs that were outlined to be delivered were not delivered. You're going to prepare to go into an election in 3 years. You will see the pressures coming. And so how they are able to contain all those pressures would really determine, especially post the completion of the IMF program, would determine how we go. But Samson, you said you were going to give me a few minutes to
my time is up, really.
Deal with what the Attorney General has said.
No, it was part of your
he did his usual PR, with most of the things that he mentioned. Significant, the nolli prosequi that he issued in favor of his party people. He particularly spoke to two, Collins Dowler one.
I'm sorry, our time is up. Victoria Bright is international corporate lawyer and entrepreneur. Professor Ramsford Jampo, Professor of Political Science and CEO, Ghana Shippers Authority. Dr. Sharif Mahmood Khalid, Associate Professor of Accounting and Finance and Economic Advisor to the Vice President. He says that women's banking is coming, just relax. Andrew Japamesa, is former MP, Second D, and former Minister for Tourism, Arts, and Culture. There was somebody who was referring to you as something though Professor Mahmoud Khalid. I've forgotten how he said it. I didn't know you have a certain other name. All right, I'm Samson Ladia Yenini. Have a good afternoon. And normally my outfit is by Habil Scooter, 0200 84 1988.
Bank of Africa, as strong as a group, as close as a partner. Where Duraplas goes, water flows.
PS Industries has introduced a new roofing system known as ColorLink Plus.
Flamingo paint, simply superior.
Syntax tank, are you strong? Are you tough? Cherry Tree Properties. We develop spaces as though we were going to occupy them.
Welcome to today's edition of The Sages. In this edition today, I'm particularly excited because we get to interact with a global African, a Pan-African. I call her a feminist. She's a stalwart academic revolutionary, an intellectual. She's an author as well, and a woman of many, many parts. And simply a good human being is what many have described her, plus more. She has a lot of influence in the space that she finds herself in, and continues to inspire many, many women, both young and old, and I am particularly excited to be hosting her in this edition of The Sages. May I introduce to you Professor Carol Boyce Davis. Welcome to today's edition of The Sages.
Hi, thank you so much. Welcome.
Thank you so much. Really, I would want to first go into how you can be described, because I've said that you're a woman of many, many parts. I can't go past sentences when it comes to describing you. How would you be able to describe yourself? Maybe in just 3 sentences. Are you able to do so?
Yeah, I can. I see myself as a Caribbean girl inside. I'm born in Trinidad and Tobago, who was fortunate enough to get an excellent education and is able now to give back to various communities, knowledge-wise, as any kind of support one can provide. So that's who I am, really.
Over the period, at least when you hear the introductions that people give you, I've seen the beautiful pictures behind you that we'll be getting into. But really, what kind of description would you say surprised you the most when people interact with you, you would say?
What surprises me the most is to hear back from young scholars, how many of them have read my work. I was at the Caribbean Women's Association conference, the Association of Caribbean Women Writers and Scholars conference in Costa Rica last year. And when I was being introduced, somebody who was one of there were 3 women who were introducing me said, how many people in here have read Carol Boyce Davies' work? And everybody put up their hands, but that really blew my mind. And I say that because we tend to write or do scholarship without even thinking, at least I did, into the future that it would have that kind of impact. So it's a joy to have that as a response. So that I want to say that aspect, recognizing that your work has traveled the world and people everywhere you go will hold up a book and say, I've read this, or this helped me through my PhD exam, or this helped me through arguing with my profs at Oxford that there is a field called Black women writers, or African women, or Caribbean women, as the case may be, and multiplies, of course, as you can tell, right? So that aspect for sure.
That must certainly give you some joy and fulfillment, doesn't it?
Absolutely, for sure.
But what part of the journey? I've seen the schools that you've been to. I know you've been to Nigeria, you've been to Africa extensively. We'll get into it. But what part of the journey would you say has been the most difficult?
Oh, wow, the most difficult. Actually, you know, I tell people that my generation was amazingly positioned because we were the direct beneficiaries of the kinds of struggles that people like Martin Luther King Jr., Malcolm X in the United States, all over across the Caribbean, Eric Williams in Africa, people like Kwame Nkrumah and others, Stokely Carmichael. We are the direct beneficiaries of that generation and really pushed to make sure that we had access. So for me, it was like a step-by-step movement, and each one led to the other one, and each one allowed me to fulfill the other part of it, with amazing support. So when I met people like Maurice Condé when I was a grad student in Ibadan and told her what I was working on, her response was, do that, do it. You can do all of that. And that was similarly responses from people like Nellie McKay in the United States and others. So I'm not saying that there have not been any difficult aspects of this journey, but that the overwhelming aspect of it has been supportive from a range of prior scholars and intellectuals and activists who wanted us to do well and made sure we did well. So I don't have too many negatives. The negatives have to do with coming back to reality, right? And knowing that as a Black woman, or as a Black person, that you can still be anywhere you go. You know, people don't recognize your worth, or they don't recognize who you are, and you still have to insist, you know, let them know who you are. So that's the worst part. Even colleagues sometimes. So, especially white male colleagues, white women, you know, Black men too. So often, in spite of all, in other words, the way that they would treat a Cornel West or I don't know, Cornel may not be a good example, Henry Louis Gates, somebody like me who would be an equivalent on the other side, and being a woman and a Black woman scholar, you don't get that sort of automatic sort of recognition and acknowledgement. You know, you have to still push back when they try to diminish who you are, or that young white women call you by your first name without knowing you, and that kind of thing.
Well, in Ghana, I'm sure if it was the days of Yasantua, they would say that you are the Yasantua of our times, because even though they describe you as a very strong woman, they say you are a good human being as well. What makes you so strong and keeps you going?
Human.